on? Christy or Julie. Combining their names. Chris and Julie, are the mics on? Okay. All right. Good. Welcome back from lunch, and we're ready to reconvene. And our next item is number 13 on our agenda, the Macy Liaison Report. I'm going to turn that over to Vice Chair Susie Hedlund.
Thank you. And I would like to turn it over to Jordan Langford to give us our Macy update. We had a great meeting just recently. Jordan is joining us online.
Oh, wait.
Hello, friends.
Hello.
Hi. Thank you so much for having me. So we did not, as a Macy board, meet in October because a large portion of our members actually attended the National Indian Education Association convening in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, and it was really fun. It's always cool to see what other states are doing in terms of Indian education for all and also closing the achievement gap. A big theme this year down in Oklahoma was a focus on language programs and language preservation. It's always a little bit gratifying too, if I may speak a little bit unhumbly, all of the feedback that we get as citizens of Montana, the feedback that we get from other states concerning how well Montana is doing with Indian education and Indian education for all. During our November 9th meeting that we just had last week, it was a working session. And during that working session, we elected Michael Dolson as vice chair of Macy. He is the Flathead Reservation representative, and we're really excited to have him serve as the vice chair. We also discussed how pleased we were to have an application for our Class 7 language representative, which I'll talk about here in just a second. But our next Macy meeting will be on January 4th, and it will be an informational session. So we're looking forward to that. Today, I will be asking you for approval for John Stiffarm to be our new Class 7 language representative on the board of Macy. If he does achieve approval, we will have, for the first time since I have served on the Macy board since 2018, a full Macy Board of Representatives, which I'm pretty excited about. But just a little bit more about John Stiffarm. I call him John John. He is from Fort Belknap. He is Aani. He is a phenomenal language speaker and teacher. He is also a very respected language and cultural keeper. I had the privilege of observing a couple of his culture classes when I worked for the Office of Public Instruction, and the way that he teaches students and the information that he shares is just phenomenal. I also have a little bit of a personal connection to him because he did give me my Aani name, Sik Bian Nitha, Bright Trail Woman, back in 2019. So that is what I am requesting today from the Board of Public Ed.
Very much. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Okay.
And I'll pass it back to you for a motion.
Thank you. I move to approve the nomination Macy for John Stiffarm, Class 7 representative.
Second. It's been moved by Board Member Hedlund and seconded by Board Member Rasmussen. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, any board comment or questions? So Board Member Lacey.
Just congratulations to Macy for having a full board. I know that is very exciting, and that's how good work gets done, is when you have lots of all the right people around the table. So best wishes.
All right, I think we're ready for a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries. So for at least the minute, we have a full Macy board, and I hope that continues. Jordan, I clearly see that interest and engagement in the Macy board has grown, and I'm very happy to see that.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
All right. Jordan, did you have any other pieces of information that you wanted to share with us?
Yes, go Grizz.
Let that be struck from the record. It's all in good fun. It's all in good fun. All right. Thank you very much, Jordan.
Thank you all. I appreciate you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. So for those of you who weren't here earlier, we already took care of item 14 related to the timeline for the adoption of Chapter 58 standards. And so we're ready to move on to item 15, which is the actual wrapping up the remaining pieces of Chapter 58 that we had carried over from our September meeting. And at this point, I'm going to turn the chairing of the meeting over to Board Member Headland so that I can go through the final changes that we have for Chapter 58. So
Can we wait for 1 sec?
Sure.
We're just gonna switch over the technology. Julie, will you unmute you? There you go.
Okay, and we are on page 215 of the board packet. Excuse me. And as you may recall from the September meeting, we had 7 items that were remaining, 7 areas of work that we wanted to do and bring forward to the November meeting. So the meeting we're at today. And we have, we've structured this so you can see what the original comment was that we were dealing with related to Chapter 58. The follow-up that both McCall and I worked on since the September meeting, and then the Board of Education's Licensure Committee has brought forward a set of recommendations. I am going to go through these, and I guess I'm going to, if it works, I will make one motion to adopt all of them, but if anybody wants to segregate any of the pieces, then just speak up when the time comes, and we can do that and take whichever one separately. So, and McCall, feel free to leap in with any help. But our first remaining item was related to how we describe English as a second language in terms of educator preparation programs. That was raised as a comment that there's newer or more up-to-date language that's used to refer to teaching speakers of English other than speakers of languages other than English. And our executive director, McCall Flynn, touched base with a professor at the Center for Bilingual and Multicultural Education at MSU, and also a professor at Carroll College. And they both recommended that it is the most appropriate language or the most appropriate terminology for us to use. So our first recommendation is to keep English as a second language as the title of the rule as proposed.
And sorry, Madam Chair, I would just note that the Carroll College piece was for the world languages,
Oh,
so
I'm
not this
sorry.
one. That's okay.
Which actually, do you want to do the world language one? Talk about who you talked to?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. If you recall, when we discussed world languages, you'll see in the comment that we had received some information that that could have unintended consequences of striking some of the language under the world languages that pertained to classical language standards. Basically, it used to, it read that all the preceding standards also applied, but that was stricken. So then there was only 2 standards that actually pertained to classical languages, and that didn't necessarily seem right. So I did talk with professors at MSU and Carroll College who helped create and write and draft the recommendation that you see that does include some of the previous standards for other world languages, but not all of them, because not all of them were relevant to the classical languages, but some were. So you'll see in red those items that were taken from the previous standards for world languages.
Okay, so that's our second recommendation. Our third recommendation related to what we called the the category for industrial trades. There was some discussion both during the task force and development process about whether industrial trade should be called technology and engineering education. We had a couple of different comments and suggestions, and based on the follow-up that we had and some of our discussion among board members, the recommendation at this point is to stick with the title industrial trades. The next, sure. Board member.
Recommendation in the handout is recommend trade. Industrial.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And technology. Yes.
Got ahead of myself there.
That's accurate.
Yes,
And
the
then-
recommendation is to retain the current title of industrial trades and technology education. So, yeah, thank you. The next area that we needed to follow up on was pretty much the format of the pieces of the rule related to reading K-12 specialists. It didn't have a whole lot to do with the content of it, but it's pretty hard to follow all the way it was originally packed together. So we kind of took the pieces apart, and while there's a lot of strikeout and a lot of underlining, I think we have, when all of that is removed, we have a cleaner reading of that section related to reading specialists for K-12. And we worked with folks at the University of Montana Western and at Western Montana to work through these revisions and got feedback from them. Okay, so number 5 is related to school counseling, and there were 2 different comments that we were following up on. One was related to language that was in the first paragraph of 1058-601, and it had to do with comment that was, or language that was in the existing standard.
601 or 610?
I'm sorry, I'm really having trouble. 610.
That's okay. No, I'm just making sure.
I
I'm
know.
trying to flip to the right page.
We were initially under the impression that the language that was struck in 1058-610 was being moved to somewhere else. It turned out that that is not what had happened. And so the comment was to put back the language that related to demonstrating knowledge of the role of ethnic and cultural heritage. And I'm actually reading what the comment was. I'm not reading the recommendation at this point, but demonstrate knowledge of the role of ethnic and cultural heritage, nationality, socioeconomic status, family structure, age, gender, sexual orientation, religious and spiritual beliefs, occupation, physical and mental status, and equity issues in school counseling, including American Indians and tribes in Montana. And again, what we decided at the last meeting was this section needed some follow-up. The licensure committee is now recommending that the language read, demonstrate knowledge of the role in school counseling of ethnic and cultural heritage, including American Indians and tribes in Montana, nationality, socioeconomic status, family structure, age, gender, sexual orientation, religious and spiritual beliefs, occupation, and physical and mental status. So that is actually one area. And then actually embedded in that same area is this other piece that had to do with a comment about we had deleted within 1058-610 another section. I'm sorry, it is a different section. So maybe let's get us 1058-610 subsection 1F III. And the recommendation from the state superintendent had been to strike equity in academic achievement. We had some discussion about that among the committee members, And we are now making the recommendation that we disagree with the comment to reinsert equity in academic achievement and instead use language and gaps in student achievement. So trying to achieve this, a similar concept, but the board, as many of you would know, has struggled with including the word equity and how and where to use it. So we recommended using gaps in student achievement. Then the next two are substantial changes that came about through the public comment process for 1058-705 related to school principals, supervisors, and curriculum directors. And then 1058-706 related to superintendents. So let me start with the 705. The recommendation had been to kind of go back to square one and build this section on the most recent National Education Leadership Program, Preparation Program standards. And we were given a recommendation from, it was presented by Dr. John Matt from the University of Montana, and it was supported by a number of the deans and also the school administrators of Montana. Again, there's a lot of cross out, et cetera here, but we pretty much are adopting the National Education Leadership Preparation Program standards. Needed to reformat them in order to make them work a little better for the process of administrative rules of Montana, but the concepts are pretty much the same. The one change that is made throughout here is that we struck the word equity and we recommend replacing it with supports for each student's learning needs. So a concept of we want to support every student where they're at, and then to give those supports to meet their full academic and educational potential. So what I just said for 705 also applies for 706. So I'm not going to repeat all that, but that's the package of recommendations from the board licensure committee. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. And happy to take questions, but I just wanted to say, if you're willing, I'll make a motion to do it all. And if you prefer I separate it, we can do that as well. So, Board Chair Rasmussen. I'm sorry. Wait, we're not making a motion yet. Wait, okay. I think we're fine. Go ahead.
Madam Chairs. Madam Chairs, I just cannot, when I read this, I was just blown away by all the work that you guys have done. I just really want to thank you. So it reads, some of the sections read so much better. And I have a couple of questions. Number one, the section you reworked on principals and counselors, do you think that flows with the language that was used in other sections as well?
Other sections of chapter 58?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Number two, I appreciate your work on equity. There's a couple of places I thought I'm a big questioner about the use of equity, and I've spent probably quite a little bit of time this last 2 months thinking about my concerns about that and that word and its implications. And one of the things that I'm really concerned with is on page 13. It's brought up several times. There is some usage of the word equitable and equity in here yet. But I was reading this and I got to page 13 and I circled it and I underlined it and I did a bunch of things. I go, what is bothering me about this? What seriously, getting down to the bottom, is bothering me? And I finally, in my ruminations, came up with what's bothering me. Everything else we justify with data. Everything else we justify with data. We data this, we data that. But when we talk about equitable use, there is no data behind it. Is it somebody's just choice? Is it because I like you more? Is it because, so I thought about that a lot. That's part of what concerns me about equitable. What's the definition of that? And we talked about that. It took me a while to really figure out what I meant. But I would really like to suggest that on the places where you use important to student success and equitable use of educational resources, that we substitute for equitable data-supported distribution, because that's really what bothers me. I don't mind how we distribute resources to students, but it should be based upon need. And that need had better be backed up with some kind of data, with something more nebulous than equitable, which we have yet to define. Okay, so I would like to make that change on wherever that phrase comes in. Equitable. I think it's twice or three times in here. I can't remember for sure, but certainly on page 13. So other than that, you guys, I just can't believe what you did. I'm bowled over and appreciative, and thank you for not asking me to help.
So I would actually like to address what you've just said about the word equitable. And I think it's really important to note that in both the school principals and the school superintendent sections, there's whole sections about the importance of evidence-based practices, evidence-informed decision-making, and ethical decision-making. So I think what we have to be really careful is that absolutely the word equitable does not stand alone. It's part of a comprehensive picture here of all the pieces that have to be brought together, and there is an entire standard, as I said, that focuses on research-based reflective practices, cultivating professional norms. And as I read that, I think the word equitable also stood out, like maybe this could be something that's of concern. But first of all, it's throughout chapter 58. Yeah. It's not just in these sections. The word equitable survived in a way that the word equity didn't. And so I think for the purposes of most of this reading, it's something like fair access. And yes, there's certainly a subjective element of that, but there is data behind these pieces, and there's evidence behind it, and there's studies, and there's a lot in here about the responsibility of a school leader to know the research and to continue to learn about it. So I guess that'd be my first comment. Okay. Not sure which hat I'm wearing right now. I think you're running the meeting, but I would like to open this up to other members of the board for comment. Board Member Lacey.
Well, I appreciate the need for data-driven decision-making, and something I've believed in my entire career. When we're adapting the needs and teachers are doing it instantaneously in the classroom on every single second of every single day. And to put any kind of data requirement on making an adjustment for a student in the moment while instruction is happening is impossible. And I also think that for administrators, which is the section that we're talking about here, and that providing supports for students in the minute, that the collection of data behind that is important for some things, but I think putting it in every place in here, it makes it an impossible task. And sometimes providing a support for a student is giving them a pencil, and there's no need for data to support that the student needs a pencil in the purest terms of supporting student needs in the moment of instruction. So
Student doesn't have a pencil, that's the data.
Well, I think you were going a little bit deeper in that in your discussion, that it has to be data proven, data driven. And so I don't think that that, and as Chair or Quinlan noted, that data-driven, evidence-based instruction is embedded throughout here. And I don't believe that that we need to further delineate meeting the needs of students' needs with data also.
Do other board members have any comments? Board Member Hammond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first want to say thank you. Amazing work. My notes, I read this the other evening in detail. It says, yes, yes, good job. Yeah, you really, really did a great job. I appreciate this. I had one comment. 2 places I think people need to brush up on their Latin. We're using EG, for example, and IE as exclusive lists. And I think it's wrong in both cases where it's used in this section in 705, E little I, B, and farther down in, there's a sub D and then there's a capital C. And it's in both of those, but that's the
Okay.
only thing I have. I
Okay.
really.
Please make
appreciate
sure
it.
you give those to McCall and we'll make sure we get
Thank
those
you.
fixed.
I'll update it gladly.
Any other comments from the board? Okay, so why don't, go ahead.
Are you prepared to make a motion?
I'm prepared to make a motion. Well, no, not actually prepared. So I guess the question is, should we segregate the 705 and 706?
I think-
Make a motion on the other ones.
Madam Chair, I feel like each one should be a separate motion. I'm sorry to delay it, but I think each
For all
section,
separate.
yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm ready.
I
I'm
know
ready.
that adds, but I,
It's easier to decide that up front so we don't, we don't. Yeah. Okay, I will make a motion that related to the new rule, English as a second language, that we keep the title English as a second language.
second,
All those in favor say aye. Sorry. Ooh, jumped ahead of myself. Okay. Are there any further comments from the board or discussion? Public comment first. Okay. Any public comment on this first change? Are there any comments online?
So that we can listen to the people and inform. our-
Board comment or discussion?
And then we comment and either agree with you.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? So moved.
Madam Chair, I'm ready to make the next motion. Yeah, I know, I was just trying to. I make a motion to accept the or approve the recommendation of the licensure committee related to world languages 1058-511.
second,
Okay, the motion was made and seconded. We'll take any public comment at this time. None online. Board member comment or discussion?
I'll just thank whoever pointed out that we did not flesh out the classical language piece appropriately. I don't know how that came. I believe it was probably a comment, I guess. So whoever caught that, it was a good catch. And I think that the expansion certainly honors the why classical languages are different than world languages.
Thank you. For a vote, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? So moved.
Madam Chair, related to 1058-515, I move that we use the title for that rule to be industrial trades and technology education.
Second.
Okay, 1058-515 has been motioned and seconded by Board Member Rasmussen. Is there any public comment? Board member comment?
Thank you for the research and follow-up on this one as well.
I agree. I appreciate the experts that helped out with that as well. And for a vote, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move that related to 1058-521, reading K-12 specialists, that we approve the recommendation of the Board Licensure Committee.
Second.
Has been moved and seconded. Are there any public comments? Board comments or discussion? Member
I would-
Rasmussen?
I'd just like to say thank you for forcing me to read this whole thing so I could understand what it was you changed. Honestly, I understand reading specialists, but what they did really was a lot clearer after I read this. So thank you.
I concur. I copied and pasted it and then took out all the crossouts and then read it. And it is much more clear. So thank you.
Excellent. For a vote, all those in. Yeah. It's a lot. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? So moved.
Madam Chair, my next motion is to approve there's two recommendations related to 1058-610 school counseling K-12. So my first motion would be to adopt the recommendation of the licensure committee related to the section 1E related to demonstrating knowledge of the role of school counseling with all that language. Do I need to repeat it? Okay. Demonstrate knowledge of the role of school counseling.
Second.
Okay, has been seconded. Is there any public comment? Okay, public comment.
Thank you for the opportunity. Cheryl Allen, Sharyl, for the record. On 1E, there is concern related to a section that the recommendation was to leave out that is back in. So if we go to gender, sexual orientation and that language was reinserted by I believe the committee that looked at that. I don't know. All I know is the original recommendation didn't have that. And in the environments in which we live today, we should be really mindful, thoughtful, and cautious about language that inserts that could be divisive in our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Allen. Any further public comment? Any board member comment?
I would like to point out that this is language that's in the existing rule, and it was recommended to be removed, but it is in the existing rule currently. And I think that's important to point out.
Any further board member comment? Member Hammond.
Madam Chair, I have a concern also about adding those three words to this. I think our climate has changed significantly. From what I'm hearing, it's true in numerous school districts across the state. And my preference, I want to get this done today, but my preference would be to delete gender and sexual orientation from this list.
Thank you. Member Lacy.
So how do we delete gender as a condition of reality for our students? I don't know what is actually controversial about just the word gender. I think there are considerations that happen in schools every day that have to do with gender, and legitimately so. And so I'm not understanding why that even just the single word gender is a problem and controversial in any way. When we talk about boys and girls all the time, we address the class boys and girls. And so the word gender, I don't know why that's controversial. Sexual orientation, I agree with you, Board Member Hammond, in that the country and the world has come a long way forward, understanding the varieties of ways that people view and look at their sexual orientation. And I think removing it actually takes our country and our world backward. And as noted by Chair Quinlan, it's already language that's in there, and there has been some controversy around it. I agree. But at the end of the day, I think local folks have worked their way through that, and I don't have a problem with it being in our school counseling standards so that school counselors can help children and families and communities work around it.
Any further board member comment? Member Rasmussen.
I've thought quite a lot about this because of a lot of what's going on in the nation and the unbelievably divisive situations educationally and non-educationally that have arisen because of it. I realize that this is a counseling standard, and that is different than other standards, in my opinion. I am not in favor of removing gender, but I'm really tossed and turned about what to do with the sexual orientation. Thank you. My brain is. That's because I'm still in a fog about what the only reason to leave it is because it's always been there. Okay. And we're not adding anything new. We're not adding fuel to the fire. Okay. That's the only reason to leave it in there, is because it's been there. And how long since we've redone these standards again? 10 years. That was something that was put in 10 years ago. It's still apropos. The reason for striking it is because it also has taken on a new fervor and divisiveness that we do not need or want to get into. But because we're not adding anything new and we're not doing anything new, we're leaving it where things are. I could live with leaving it because we're leaving it. But I still have great questions about whether I'm right there. To be honest with you, I don't know how I will vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Member Fox.
I think these are conversations that are being had more often and often in schools. And I agree that this is for counseling. It's something that's coming up more and more often. It's something that we need to be prepared for, and it's something that we need to address and be comfortable with having these conversations. It's a talking point for students, and I think that's important that it's reflected in these. Yeah.
Thank you, Member Fox. I really appreciate your input as a student. Anybody else? Board member comment? Okay, for a vote, all those in.
Repeat the motion, please. It's to the language in 1E that's on page 220. Thank you.
Are we good? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Do we need to do a? Okay, and all those in favor, are all those opposed? So moved.
Next motion. Also related to 1058-610 school counseling K-12. I move to and again, just for audience sake, what we're doing here is agreeing or disagreeing with public comment that we've received. So I move to disagree with the comment to reinsert equity in academic achievement in subsection 1F III, and instead insert the words "and gaps in student achievement."
Can I second that motion? I'll second that motion.
Okay, a motion has been made and seconded. Is there any public comment? Board member comment. Thank you for all the work you put into that and my figuring out a way to make it
Absolutely.
flow. And for a vote, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? That has been moved.
Okay, number 6, I will make a motion that we adopt the recommendation of the board's educator licensure committee for 1058-705. With any correction, with any fixes in the Latin side of things. Thank you. With the additions that have been proposed by Board Member Hammond.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any public comment? Good afternoon. My name's Jenny Mernan Butcher, MURNANE. I'm speaking as Deputy Director of Montanans Organized for Education today. And I appreciate all of your work. I know that the word equity's become, in my opinion, unnecessarily politicized, but I understand your need to find a more palatable option. My concern is where it's replaced in 1058-705 1A, and then 1058-706 B(i)A. So the word equity is replaced with students' learning needs. In my opinion, equity encompasses more than just learning needs. It also encompasses students' emotional needs, their just general well-being. And so I just fear that striking the word equity, replacing it with students' learning needs, it's definitely a part of it, but that maybe it would be possible to include a word such as like overall well-being or emotional needs. I know you've talked about well-being as a word that's palatable in the past. So just something to keep in mind that as we replace that word with other definitions, that we make sure we're getting all pieces of that word. So thank you. Thank you for your comment. Is there any further public comment? Okay, any board member comment?
Make a comment. I hope that what we're implying here or communicating here is that students' learning needs include both social and emotional learning needs.
Thank you. Any further board member comment?
Just a thank you to the EPP faculty and Sam and all the folks who, I think it was in hindsight that we had missed this section and updating it. So we caught that, probably not in the perfect flow of things, but it was caught. And I think it is fixed and modernized and based on the actual standards that they would want in their educational leadership programs. So thanks for making that happen.
All right, for a vote, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Indicate that, well, in the minutes need to indicate that Dr. Thorpe has left the room for that vote.
Okay, so the next, the last motion is to, related to, sorry. It's related to 1058-706. And I move that we accept the recommendation of the board's licensure committee as presented here in this document.
Second.
Okay, any public comment on this section? Board member comment? Do you mind rephrasing the motion?
Yes, I moved that we accept the recommendation for of the Board of Education's or Board of Public Ed's licensure committee related to 1058-706 superintendents.
Thank you. And we're prepared to make a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Chair, that concludes. I guess it's back to me. We did it. Thank you. I really appreciate all the people who have contributed to the development of the rules for educator preparation programs, and most recently those who worked with us to get these remaining issues wrapped up. So thank you all. Okay. We are now ready to move into the action and response on public comments related to Chapter 55. And at this point, I will turn it over to the Chair of the Accreditation Committee, Dr. Tim Tharp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we look at our agenda, you see that we blocked 4 hours for this, starting at 1, but then it takes us into a time that goes beyond our desire to be up on campus for the reception with the Regents at 5. So I would propose that we have set this as a time fixed to spend 3 hours on this, getting us till 4:45. And then whatever we don't get to, we can bring up and deal with in January.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, I would note too, if assuming that that is what's going to happen, is that we will, like we did with Chapter 58, use an additional meeting to finish some of the work here. I will again bring you a revised timeline for Chapter 55, just so we can be very transparent about, again, when your work will continue and when the final adoption will be on the notice of adoption.
Safe travels, Mr. Fox, as you head north. You sure you don't want to stay for this?
Thanks, Charles.
The smartest man in the room. Before we begin, I want to thank everybody for the lengthy process that finally gets us to our beginning here as the board, through the whole MAPA rulemaking process, the negotiated rulemaking process that's coordinated through OPI, the rulemaking committee, and then the 1,500 plus written comments that took 600 pages to be compiled on, and all of the postcards, the dozens and dozens of postcards and letters and emails and phone calls that we have all received on it. And then the verbal testimony given at public comment during many of our meetings, as well as then our expert panel, and then the testimony during the public hearing last month, brings us to where we are now today. And McCall and her phenomenal staff has taken all of that and boiled it down to about 22 pages of common comments. And so as we most recently did this a few months ago with 58, we'll do this again with 55 and see what we can get through. This has suggested motions with some of them with some either agree or disagree. There are some of the motions in here that will then, if we go that direction, will then have implications further down the list. And spent a good hour plus with McCall the other day going over everything. And so we're all on the same page with everything here. And so yes, we will just dig in. And for board members, you have this 22-page document in your black folder. And then working from, what's the cool name for this?
The notice.
The notice. And so The notice begins on page 296 of your board packet. And I'd strongly suggest working with the paper document there, depending on how much electronics you want to use, and try to sift through everything. So we'll begin. New rule number 1 was the charter school application. You see, we received 36 comments supporting moving charter schools to its own section, but then recommending that allow charter schools to operate independently. We see comment 2, opposed moving charter schools. And then there was one comment that suggested supported the proposed new rule and recommended removing some very specific language. So how do we want to roll with this?
know you're ready to make a motion. Turn it back to you.
Okay,
And feel free to encourage some discussion if you're not sure which way you want to.
so with any discussion, so I guess what I'm going to do on this is to see if there's what board discussion there is. We have a couple of different ways to go with this. So we'll go board discussion first. And then when it looks like we may be at a point, I'll turn it back over to Chair Quinlan, make a motion, look for a second, and then continue on as we just most recently did. So board members. Yes.
I would like to suggest that we agree with half of comment 1. There were 36 commenters that approved moving charter schools as recommended to its own section. And I would like to support that portion of that recommendation.
And would I be correct in assuming then that would agree then with comment 2? That,
No.
or is it, what's the difference? Oh, I'm sorry, opposed moving. Okay, I'm sorry. But,
I agree.
and then, so that'd be 1 and part of 1 and then 3. And because I don't believe that we at any point have wanted and had any discussion about allowing them to operate independently.
That's why I
Okay,
said that.
okay,
Half of 1.
okay. Any other thoughts?
Or is it just disapproving comment 1, disapproving comment 2, and approving comment 3?
Yes.
That'd probably be the cleaner
Yeah.
way to go about
Yeah, I
it,
believe
is
so.
to, instead of to parse comments, to,
And we split a lot of them before.
Yeah.
58. So I would just follow that,
Okay.
yeah, sure.
because that was what 36 groups.
Any other,
Oh, wait,
Board member ideas?
removing the language. What did that mean? 1D.
Yeah, we need to.
How was the part of it actually existing under an existing school district? That like the school board of trustees would have operation over the school. That's what that 1D means. Like, really.
So perhaps Jane is correct in parsing it out, the comments, half of a comment, approving half of it. Okay.
and so we would be opposed to 3 then. Okay.
I believe this, what Board Member Hammond is recommending or is endorsing is disagreeing with all 3 comments and leaving the rule as is.
No.
That's not what she's,
No.
leaving the rule as proposed?
Yes.
Yes, as
Yeah.
proposed. So that's disagreeing.
I'm
with all
sorry,
three.
leaving the rule as proposed. It's a new rule, so.
That's another way of saying it.
Yeah, that's a great,
All right.
great motion. I like that.
That's a great motion.
All right, Madam Chair, I'm ready to make a motion.
Back to you for a motion.
I move that we agree with the first part of comment 1, disagree with the remaining part, as well as disagree with comments 2 and 3, and recommend the rule as presented.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Headland. Is there any public comment? Any board member comment?
Just note that we had the opportunity to see two public school charter schools under the purview of Bozeman Public Schools and their Board of Trustees yesterday and today. And I think we witnessed that these charter schools work and meet the needs of students in different ways. And I think that makes those students successful in our communities and educational process successful as well.
Any other board comment? Are we ready for a vote? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Okay. Back to you, Board Member Tharp.
Okay, new rule number 2, family and community engagement. Comment number 4, the various education organizations, and 3 commenters recommended replacing action with strategic in new rule 2 and several other sections throughout the rule. And the discussion we had at the accreditation committee and was just making sure that we're on the same page. And Board Member Hedlund, you're the only currently practicing superintendent on the board. What is the latest and greatest language from the feds on that? Is it regarding the action plan, the strategic action plan? Do we know what the language from the feds is?
I just strategic planning. Yeah. That's all that I hear.
Any further discussion on that?
I guess my comment would be that I realize that this is being used in this role, but I'm not sure if it's also carrying over to any other, no other
It
roles.
wouldn't.
Okay.
No, I don't
Thank
believe it should carry over to any other chapter,
Okay.
but it would carry over throughout, throughout 55.
Okay.
I'm ready to make a motion, Madam Chair.
I was just going to
we had
say that I
comment.
think the word strategic is more familiar and conjures a more specific, it's something that people know and understand what that is, a strategic plan. I think it's more known.
Back to you for motion.
I move that we agree with comment number 4 and extend this action throughout the rest of the rule, replacing action plan with strategic plan wherever it may appear.
I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded by, moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Rasmussen to agree with comment 4. Is there any public comment? Deputy Superintendent Allen.
Thank you, Chair Quinlan and members of the committee. I believe there needs to be really deep thought as to the difference between strategic and action. One is the development of a plan. The other is the implementation of a plan. I believe action plans are very familiar in our state because we do use action plans. And that was very deliberate to use that term action to reflect that there is actions that need to be taken as opposed to a strategic plan to guide a longer term view. And because we're talking about accreditation, it's going to need the action piece of that. So just wanted to at least give 2 cents on why action was an important word. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Further board discussion.
So maybe this is a follow-up for Deputy Allen in that, what do the school districts turn in? Do they turn in actions? Or do they turn in their strategic plan that includes objectives, which includes actions? If they create an action plan, then that they'd be turning in just actions, not necessarily overarching goals. Is that what the template's going to look like?
Great question, Member Lacy, Chair Quinlan. So the premise behind this is we create strategic plans all the time. I get called by districts all the time to come help us with a strategic plan. Well, we had one, but we never did anything with it. So when you move it from strategy to action, you get a different result. The goal behind this is that there's elements that have to be in that strategic plan. And so if you move all of that out to, or in that action plan, if you move it all to just strategy, so you've got family and parent engagement, you have student-related outcomes, and you've got professional development. We have a PD plan. That's not a strategic plan in our districts because it has to be done regularly with the input of your teachers and your association. That makes it an action plan. This is our professional development plan. All of those are components of that, but absolutely, those outcomes for our students and their learning should truly drive what shows up in action plans, but there's key elements that are included within that. And so that template absolutely will be a single plan for districts. Right now, there's a multiplicity of plans that districts are required to do. So the goal is that you have one integrated action plan, and you may have strategies listed that drive action, but we really think it's important that we look at action being the driver. It's the verb behind this. And if we can get that idea that it is about the actions versus the work of the strategies, we think that we might get some different levers. So.
Board Member Tharp. Thank you.
Follow-up, Deputy Allen. I guess, and I agree philosophically with everything you just said. My concern would be, are the districts going to be then doing an action plan for accreditation and then a strategic plan for federal programming? Is this, and that's why I only half facetiously says strategic action plan, because I just don't want districts to end up having to do two different things. And as you shared, one plan and work from that.
Right. So Chair Quinlan and Member Tharp, Chair of Accreditation Committee, we have looked at federal requirements. We have looked at what the state needs to get to a single plan. And I need to just keep emphasizing that. Part of the work with accreditation, that it's truly about the accreditation of a school district, which gets us to outputs instead of just inputs that we have used for decades in our accreditation model. And so we just want to make certain that action is absolutely seen as a key and important role in this. So if it's strategic action plan, we just want to make certain we're not losing action. There was a lot of pretty hard conversation around this, as well as there was with every one of these rules. I think as we're all aware, that the negotiated rulemaking committee did not at any time just say, oh, okay, let's all agree. There was a lot of chew.
Who's running this portion? Okay. Dr. Thorpe is, because you haven't made a motion yet, have you? Have you made a motion?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I'm sorry, Chair Quinlan.
So, Chairperson Tharp moved that we adopt agree with the comment, so that we would go with strategic, and then we're doing public comments and board comments, I think, merged. But it looks like we have another public comment. Okay, so let's take that. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. This is Dennis Parman, Executive Director of the Montana Rural Education Association. And I'm also speaking on behalf of my colleagues of the education associations as referenced in your materials. It troubles me a bit that there's at least the notion that when strategic plans are developed in a school district and engages community and teachers and school leaders and trustees who put their final vote of approval on that somehow that strategic plan exists, and now we have a strategy, and then we'll also all go back home and not pay any attention to the strategy. I just, I mean, this is 44 years in the business in Montana, and the strategic plans that I've seen, that I've helped develop, that I've worked in a unit or a district where they've been in place. Those strategic plans have goals. We've set outcomes. We've taken action to reach those outcomes. We've gone to a certain point in time, excuse me, and say, okay, so let's take a look at this again. And do we need to make any revisions? Have we made the progress that we hope we would have made? That's just the nature of strategic planning that I'm accustomed to. And it's just second nature for all the colleagues that I've ever worked with, that you're going to have a strategic plan and you're going to take action on that plan. And you're going to have outcomes as a result of that. And I think that's lies at the basis of what my colleagues and I and Helena were reaching towards. Thank you.
Dr. Myrtle, would you like to make public comment?
Hey, just give me 1 sec. Julie, just 1 sec.
Madam Chair Quinlan, Chair Tharp, thank you. Julie Margle, Chief Academic Officer at the Montana Office of Public Instruction. I want to note, when you look at the original rule, the Integrated Action Plan is replacing what was formerly the CSIP, the Continuous School Improvement Plan. The intention of the Integrated Action Plan, which this strategic plan that used to be done by school boards, was not necessarily related to the CSIP plan, nor necessarily related to the federal plans that you were bringing up, Dr. Thorpe, for Title I. And so part of this planning and thinking behind this was not about the strategic plan just at the school board level, but was more about continuous improvement and action around accreditation, to say, what are we holding you accountable for, and what actions do you need to take to continue to improve, continuously improve what are the outcomes that you're getting. And so I think it's really critical and important to note that this wasn't replacing necessarily the strategic plan and that thinking that's done at the board level, but it is in place of what was formerly known as the Continuous School Improvement Plan as part of a process for accreditation, if you will. So I just really wanted to kind of come back to where that was originally in rule and kind of the intention behind the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd actually like to just speak as a board member right now and not as the chair, but I think that's helpful, because I do think that school districts will still adopt strategic plans, which can be a bigger piece. And what they submit to the Office of Public Instruction, maybe a narrowed down version of that, or one that's more directly targeted toward the standards that they're addressing. So I'm hesitant about switching from action plan to strategic plan. I have no assumption that, because it's called a strategic plan, it gets put on a shelf, but I do think that a strategic plan can be bigger than what's likely to be submitted to the Office of Public Instruction. I think we were still on public comment because there were some questions.
Well, I'm just asking you.
Yeah.
So
I'm sorry. We're sorry. All right. Does anybody else? Let me ask for public comment and make sure that there's nobody else who wants to speak to that. And do you have anybody online? Yes. Okay.
phone number ending in 135, you have been given permissions to speak.
Hi, this is Rob Watson. Can you hear me?
Hi, Rob. Yes, we can.
My name is Rob Watson. I represent School Administrators of Montana. Just a couple of points of clarification I want to make clear. Strategic planning is something that's important to every district and every superintendent in the state. I can tell you from years of experience in developing the continuous school improvement plan that we start with our strategic plan. So I agree that the continuous school improvement plan contains actions, but those actions are drawn from our strategic plan. And I do think it's misleading to say that action plans are created in absence of a strategic plan. If you were going to do that, you would be excluding your school board from the planning process, which I don't think any of us would want to do. So my point being that we've used strategic plans for years. We might turn in pieces and parts of that strategic plan to OPI to fulfill their needs, but the action plan is derived from the strategic plan, as it should be in the planning process to keep the board involved. So my support would be to make sure we're clear with the words, and the words are strategic planning. Thank you.
Any more public comment?
You give me 1 second. Julie?
Go ahead. You're good now. I just have to switch it every time we do online versus in the room.
Great. Oh, so good. Gary, would you want to? Do we have any more online comment? Okay.
Oh, yes, Gary Lucene, Bozeman trustee. I agree with Dr. Watson's comment, and my experience on our board has been that developing a strategic plan and the language in the rule says the board of trustees are supposed to now develop an action plan. And I think the strategic plan, at least in our district, does include action plans in every school. So I think it encompasses the actions that I totally agree with OPI on the action, what they would like to see. I don't have any argument with that at all. But I think it's important that the words in the rules identify what the overall document needs to be that trustees have to develop. And that's a strategic plan for community engagement or any other activity of the district. Within that, there will be or should be action plans developed that can be reported, and how whatever OPI would like to do to get accountability and outcomes, then I would totally support that. But I think the language in the rule is important to identify what the most important document is that the Board of Trustees has to develop, and that is a strategic plan. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, is there board comment? Board Member Hammond.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, I think we're maybe not putting this all in context. I tend to agree with you, Madam Chair, about what you just said. This is mentorship and induction.
No, it's families. No. And it's throughout the entire rules.
Throughout the thing. Okay.
And all the rules.
Okay.
In 55.
All right. So I withdraw that comment. I still think it's clear to say outlined in an integrated action plan. In 1055-601.
Board Member Rasmussen.
One quick question for either one of the OPI, Dr. Merkel. Whoever wants to answer.
They want to hear the question
about the word. My question is about the wording of strategic district integrated action plan. Why is it being switched from a continuous improvement plan? That's all I want. I want to know why the change in wording. So whichever one is better able to.
Madam Chair Quinlan, Board Member Rasmussen. So integrated was also a really strategic word, right? When we think about continuous school improvement plan, it didn't integrate all the different components into it. And so that was one critical word, right? But action was really meant to be about kind of the shift from, oh, this is like, I'm trying to get as clear as I possibly can. Currently, when we think about how we accredit our schools and what we really monitor at the OPI to say, how do we assess if you're meeting these standards? Currently, how we do that is through the Teams report, which collects data on things like, are you licensed, class sizes and such. You're very familiar with that, right? And then the continuous school improvement plan moved outside of that process, and schools would submit that. And what we've seen is that there's a disconnect between those two, right? That not necessarily the pieces that we're collecting in the data in the teams, are we giving any feedback or saying, how are we using that? And then the school's improvement plan was never really used anything other than in and of itself. Right? It wasn't used to measure and accredit the school. And so if we think kind of like at the university level that we just got done talking about with accreditation, right? They submit a lot of data and evidence to show this is how we're meeting these standards and how do we do that in a way, right? And then they talk about really the next step of the accreditation process is for that improvement. What are you doing to continuously improve the outcomes? And so this was intentional to try to integrate this to say, how do we blend the two together to really look at the evidence to support how you're doing with those individual standards and meeting the standards to determine if you're accredited at what level, as well as thinking about where do you really need to continue to improve? And so it was kind of a blend, Board Member Rasmussen, to be thinking about how do we start to shift of measuring these standards, maybe of what we're asking schools to submit of evidence to support those standards beyond just the Teams report. So that's kind of the thinking behind where we got to with that. So action was more about what is the action you're going to take to continue that you're taking to meet the standards as well as to continue to improve. So if it was just to improve, then we wouldn't be able to see what are the steps that you're taking. For example, family and community engagement. The idea is to have a section in a template and a plan to say, what are you doing at your school to meet the standard for family and community engagement? Because a quality school would be implementing a program for that. So what actions are you taking to do that? That's not necessarily just for improvement. That then would say if maybe where you're at, what are the steps you're going to take to make it better than what it already is? Then it starts to become action steps that are going to improve that. So I don't know if that helps at all, but that's somewhat of the thinking as why it's not just CSIP. What you'll notice in the original rule in 1055-701 was under school board policies, there was a piece around there around strategic planning, right? And then there was a separate piece around the school district doing a CSIP. We're trying to pull that all together into one. And so I would also not want it to be, I think that as we look at how the action plan was mapped out, as you were mentioning in all the sections, right? It goes beyond what is currently in existence as a strategic plan for a school board. So I think that part of the thinking is that it's not just submitting now the strategic plan that we've been doing at the school board in place of the CSIP. It is a little bit different. So that's just kind of some of the background and thinking behind those pieces.
Other board comments? Board Member Lacey.
I think the difficulty we're having here, and I suggest we decide and move on. But I think the difficulty is when trying to name something we haven't seen. We really don't know what it looks like, what the concepts are actually going to be. I mean, we haven't seen it, so we really don't know exactly what to call it. So I actually like Dr. Tharp's very first thing that he said, to call it a strategic action plan. I think it has, I think any plan will have to have some strategic thinking around goal setting to make it happen. And then I think, as Dr. Watson said, every plan has action in it. So perhaps just doing strategic action plan and moving forward. And then if we need to rename it after we see it, perhaps there can be a way to make that happen.
Madam Chair,
Did you want to comment?
in proposed language for 1055-601, it does define what else is going to happen there. It says the current language says the integrated action plan must be evaluated, progress reviewed annually. The plan must clarify what specific steps must be taken in order to achieve the district graduation profile and reflect a continuous improvement process. So I think it does define what that is. And I think it does get us beyond the idea that a strategic plan just sits on a shelf. And I would be more than happy to entertain a friendly amendment to call it strategic action plan and move on with what else we have.
Second.
All right, there's your friendly amendment. All right, any further board discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of calling it a integrated strategic action plan, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, thank you. Let's move on. Under family engagement.
Okay, we got comments 5 and 6. Recommend striking all language after children in 1C. And that is going to be on the notice, top of page 1968.
Page
Sounds like a great year.
It makes me think of like, yes, the year you're born. Not you.
And then comment 6, MFPE commented that the new rule needs to be simplified, provide an extended implementation timeline, assure adequate technical assistance on best practices to meet community needs. So what are your thoughts, board members?
Did kind of wonder like what the measurement of that aspirational list after letter C, the small Roman numeral 1 through 4, and then D, how do you measure? So it's evidenced by the following. Okay, so those are the core beliefs. And then the plan then, how do you measure that families actively participate in the life of the school? I don't know how that is measured other than I guess how many people come to parent teacher conferences. I was just trying to think about how these things are actually, what is regular, two-way, meaningful communication. And not that I believe in all of these things. I just don't know through an accreditation process how school districts are going to measure these things and provide evidence that that means anything, that they're doing them. So those were my thoughts as I was reading it. And I think that was kind of what comment 5 was saying as well.
Other board discussion before we go to a motion? Are you prepared to make a motion?
To get it on the table, sure.
Okay, go ahead.
I would make a motion to, for the sake of what we need to do, to disagree with comments 5 and 6, accept the language as presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Keith. Is there any public comment? Amanda Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Curtis, President of MFPE, and I do not disagree with the motion that's been made. I did just want to take an opportunity to put it in the room that all of you have worked in public schools, and I'm sure all of you are feeling the responsibility to be the adults in the room and guard against this national politicization that we're seeing. And I'm sure you can see that family engagement and family involvement is has almost become as big of a political football as the word equity. And where are we going to draw the line here? You all know that Montana schools are doing a great job on both of those fronts. And you all know that when we add in new sections of code that put requirements on schools, that has real implications for administrators, trustees, and employees. And no one wants to be the person in the room who says, we're against this section because we're already doing it. We're doing a great job at it. And this is going to, documenting these immeasurable things are going to put more strains on our already strained public schools. So I'm also not going to be the person that says that. I'm just going to say whatever motion you make will be great. I appreciate your work and I appreciate your time in this.
Any other public comment? Anyone online? Board discussion, board comment.
The motion again.
Is to disagree with comments 5 and 6. So basically it would be accepting the family engagement rule as proposed. Family and community engagement rule as proposed. So far, because we actually have another motion that comes there. So further board discussion. Are you ready for a vote? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
All right. Board member Lacy and board member Hedlund opposed that motion. So comments 7 and 8 have been taken care of.
Well, given that we have a lot of comments and what did we come up, 1,500 plus comments, some of them are so generic that I'd recommend that without objection, we just direct the staff to respond accordingly. That's 7 is vaguely supports, 8 vaguely opposes, and that's happened several times throughout. So I just without objection, direct the staff to respond.
And then we have comment 9.
Comment 9, MUS proposes the following language in 1D VII. Let's find where that is. So it'll be a new family and schools. Staff collaborate with members of the community to connect students, families, and staff to post-secondary education opportunities, including FAFSA completion, college application week, decision day, other Montana University system post-secondary workforce trainings, and degree program efforts. And this is came directly from Dr. McLean, working with Chair Quinlan on some language.
So I would want to clarify that that's what they proposed. Then we worked out a different slightly changed set of language. So that would be the motion.
So a motion would be to partially agree with comment 9, recommend the following language. Families and school staff collaborate with members of the community to connect students, families, and staff to post-secondary education opportunities, including workforce training, career pathways, and degree programs, and encourage students to explore college and career planning tools and incentives provided by post-secondary institutions in Montana, and participate in FAFSA completion and college application week. So entertains the spirit of their proposal, but wordsmiths it.
Any board discussion before we go for a motion? All right.
I just have a question, and Madeline, thank you for working on this. And my question is the new proposed language, is it broad enough that it won't need changing? You know, do we think, we're sure that FAFSA is going to last, I mean, that acronym or whatever that stands for is going to last a long time, and the college application week, which I think maybe should be capitalized as a thing. But anyway, is that going to stand the test of time as you were thinking about it?
So my response to that is we compared to what the university system initially proposed, and then what we worked out is we flipped it so it was more about the post-secondary opportunities and helping students explore career pathways, workforce training, and degree programs. And we knocked out decision day because that is very specific, but FAFSA completion, as you know, has a long history and is likely to be here for a long time. And we intentionally did not capitalize college application week so that it is hopefully a little more generic in its understanding of it, and maybe it's not generic enough, but initiatives by the university system to encourage students to apply for. Right. So the university system, tribal colleges, private schools in Montana to participate in college application week.
Great work. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Board Member Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, whoever's chair. Okay, thank you, Chair. This is a great idea. It's a wonderful idea, but I think this is really reaching into I support every one of these, okay? I encourage my counselor to really work with this. Every school I was in had a FAFSA completion night, all those kinds of things. So I'm not anti this, but we're really, in my opinion, this is putting in rule something that is really up to the school to decide, not up to us to decide and encourage a particular thing. This is in the family engagement. I believe that generically this is covered in VI, families and school staff collaborate with members of the community to connect students, families, staff to expand learning opportunities, community service and civic participation. And in IV, families and school staff are empowered to advocate for children to ensure that students are truly equitably and have access to learning opportunities that will support their success. That doesn't say just K-12. I believe this is already generically done, and it's up to the schools how they want to implement that. In Westby, Montana, none of this makes any sense because all the kids go to North Dakota to school. Why are we putting this in rule? And what about in whatever corner of the state where the kids go to Wyoming or they go to Idaho? This is, I can't support this level of deciding for schools what it is that they do.
They took out the NUS.
Yeah, I understand. I just, I think that it's up to the school district to decide what kind of level of engagement they're going to offer to training or post-secondary education, depending upon the needs of their community. And that's a thing that should be decided locally. And I think that IV and VI already encourage those kinds of things.
Any other board discussion?
I have one.
Board Member Keith.
Renee, if you cut it off after post-secondary institutions, like leave off the final thing about Montana and FAFSA, I like the spirit of this that's saying we need to spend time, energy, resources on workforce training post-secondary, which I don't think are specified in the other ones.
I understand. I still think it's us deciding what the mission of a school should be, and I don't think that that's our job. Our job is to set minimum standards as decided by the Sherlock decision and other decisions. Our job is to set minimum standards. I love the idea of being more. Don't get me wrong, I really do, but I don't believe that that's our job.
Okay, Board Member Tharp, I'm going to look to you to make a motion.
Help yourself.
I move that we insert the language VII, families and school staff collaborate with members of the community to connect students, families, and staff to post-secondary education opportunities, including workforce training, career pathways, and degree programs, and encourage students to explore college and career planning tools and incentives provided by post-secondary institutions.
Is there a second? It's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Hammond that we basically adopt a abbreviated version of what you have there printed in front of you. Is there any public comment? Is there anybody online? Is there any board comment? Ready for a motion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? Board Member Rasmussen opposes.
No, I'll abstain.
You're abstaining? Okay. All right. Board Member Tharp.
Comment number 10, thank you for the support of the new rule. Without objection, direct the board to respond to comment 10 accordingly. Comment 11, under new rule 4, evaluations. Educational organizations and 3 commenters recommend making changes in this section. And looks like they recommending expanding it significantly from the proposed language to say the local board of trustees shall ensure the completion of periodic written evaluations of all regularly employed instructional personnel who are under written contract. Employees evaluated shall have access to a copy of the evaluation instrument, the opportunity to respond in writing to the completed evaluation, and access to the employee's files. The superintendent of public instruction shall develop and publish model evaluation instruments that comply with this rule in collaboration with MFPE, Montana Rural Education Association, Montana School Boards Association, School Administrators of Montana, and Montana Small School Alliance. A school district adopting and using one of the model instruments shall be construed to have complied with this rule, though use of one of the models shall not be required, provided the district's evaluation instrument and process substantially conforms to the requirements set forth in this section. Note that the original new rule basically just said they shall ensure written evaluations and the board shall develop an instrument.
I'd like to encourage you to move forward with the motion. See what we get here. I know.
Okay. Number 12, comment, MFPE commented that there's a lot of times that this is included under evaluation timelines and processes. I would make a motion to agree with comments 11 and 12 and accept the language as proposed, as suggested by the comment.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Hammond that we agree with comments 11 and 12. Is there any public comment? Deputy Superintendent Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. So in reading comment 11, we would be putting into rules specifically the names of associations and who we should be doing. I believe that's a slippery slope that we should not be putting into rules specific names of entities. Those are practices that happen outside of this. This is an accreditation rule around evaluation and its purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there other public comment? Ms. Curtis?
Madam Chair, Amanda Curtis, MFPE. If you all wanted to consider striking the language that was referenced in the previous comment, you could just replace it with organizations that represent more than 99% of school, of anyone who works with or is associated with any schools.
Is there further public comment? Online?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. This is Dennis Parman with MREA. The language that you see proposed in comment 11, it's been around for over a decade. It's been in rule for over a decade. When we reviewed chapter 55 10 years ago, we had the conversation about putting these names in the rule. We landed obviously where we did. And for the last almost 11 years, I haven't seen anybody slip and fall down because those names are in there. Thank you.
Further public comment? Okay, any board comments?
No. It's in 701 right now.
Can you ask that question?
Thank you. I just asked if this was new or.
No, Madam Vice Chair, this language is actually currently in 1055-701. On. It was struck from 701. It's 4B. Is where it currently lives.
Further board comment or questions? Are we ready for a vote? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Comment number 13 came from the Board Accreditation Committee, kind of along the same lines. But in light of what we did in comment 11, a motion, make a motion to partially agree with comment 13, excluding the language in 4A.
And when you say 4A, you're talking about this text that we're looking at within the motion document.
Yeah.
And did you say that was a motion you're making?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Is there a second to that motion? Second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we partially agree with comment 13, excluding the language in 4 sub A, I through B, and moved by Dr. Tharp and seconded by Board Member Lacey. Is there any public comment? Any public comments? Ms. Curtis?
Amanda Curtis, MFPE, Madam Chair, I might be a little bit behind the game here, and I'm sorry if I'm delaying you by doing so. If you are going to adopt this language, I would just urge that anyone be updated. Anywhere in the rules.
It is.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Anybody online?
No.
Any board comments, clarification? Board Member Hammond?
The prior motion?
Yeah.
Put all of this in and now we're approving something that was in, yeah, because we're tracking everything before, but yeah. B, is that what we are?
So Madam Chair, if I may clarify, so your previous motion only includes, basically brings back in part of that language that is here on comment 13. So since you already made a motion and approved to include 4A and B, but not necessarily those middle pieces of 4A, I through B, just wanted to make it uber clear that the Board Accreditation Committee's comment is going to be partially agreed with because you already made the motion to include part of that, but that you're going to exclude those middle pieces.
Would we not also have to exclude B?
That was, no, because B was part of the initial motion, correct?
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions?
So the new language will have 1 and 2. Two that we just approved today. Okay.
I'm gonna move forward with the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it.
New Rule 5, English learners, just one comment on that, you support the proposed new rule and recommend that technical assistance be provided. So I move that we partially agree with comment 14. However, we have no, we not recommend that we add any additional language that requires technical assistance to be provided.
It's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Headland that we partially agree with comment 14. But do not add any additional language to the proposed rule. Any public comment? Okay. Any board discussion? All right, let's go for the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
601. Recommendations and procedures, education organizations and three commenters recommended making changes in this section. And suggested significant edits throughout, which you have in front of you.
Dr. Tharp, I'm just gonna ask 1 minute so I can switch the audio over. Thank you.
So I would recommend that we agree with comment 15 and accept those proposed languages. Noting this does say strategic plan, struck action plan, added strategic plan, but our previous motion in action today said we're going to rename all of that strategic action plan. So that carries out throughout the rest of the document.
Second the motion.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded, moved by Board Member Tharp, seconded by Board Member Hammond, that we agree with comment 15. Is there any public comment? Any board member comment? Board Member Rasmussen?
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, I was very glad to see that you moved from a graduate profile to an education profile. I kind of went through a bunch of scenarios in my head about kids that were going to transfer out and how they might throw fits or their parents might throw fits because this was a graduate action plan and they didn't have to do that. And then they ended up staying. You know, by the way, I had that happen. So I think that that's more appropriate.
Sure. Thank you for that comment. I do want to note that when we get to definitions, there is going to be an opportunity for you guys to have a larger conversation around graduate profile, profile of a graduate, education profile. So please keep that in mind that whatever you decide in the definition section is actually what's going to go throughout rule. It was noted throughout here so many times I didn't know how to put it in here. So do just keep that in mind. It's similar with the strategic action plan and that you'll see it multiple times throughout rule.
Okay, great. Are we, any other board comments before we go to the vote? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
On behalf of the Board Accreditation Committee, withdraw comment 16 as we've already dealt with it.
Okay, great.
Moving on to
Such efficiency.
602 definitions. There has been a lot of discussion back and forth within the Accreditation Committee about definitions and a lot of discussion back and forth and with McCall checking with others and between the committee members and Madam Chair. I'd like to ask our executive director, what is the latest and greatest she knows about the rulemaking regarding definitions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did check with many rulemaking experts, and I'm sure as many of us understand, when you talk to multiple lawyers, you're going to get multiple answers. So I think that I would propose to you all, if you were okay with it, that this is one that we could kind of pause and work on in the interim and come back in January and have a further discussion. I mean, you'll see in red next to each of these that the Board Accreditation Committee outlined that some of these definitions are already outlined as a definition in statute. Some of them are not. Some of them are found other places in rules. Some of them are found nowhere. So I just think that there's a lot of different scenarios kind of playing out, and I don't have a good answer to any of them. And so I'd really like a little bit more time to be able to provide you guys with a better recommendation than trying to come up with something today. So if you don't mind, I'd like to pause on this one and move forward.
Yeah, to summarize both sides here, one is that one opinion is that it's bad practice to put definitions in rule if they have no other application anywhere else. I mean, if it's defining something, a word that we're going to use later, then it makes perfect sense. But then the other side of it, and addressing it as a former administrator, is that there's a lot of these words that aren't defined anywhere else. And this might be the only place where they are defined. And so without objection, I would recommend we postpone this till January and let McCall do some more research on it.
Thank you. Okay. Without objection? I mean, we don't have to vote. I think we can just postpone. Okay, comment 18.
Well, let's see, would this mean that we move past the whole section, or should we?
Mr. Chair, I recommend that we move past comment 17 and continue on. There are a few additional comments under the definitions that do pertain to some of the ones that we've highlighted, but
Okay.
we'll just skip past those as well.
Okay, all right, comment 18, MFPE proposes the following addition to charter school operates under a locally elected board of trustees in an existing public school. That's just is a clarification of what we already understand, but that makes sense. So I would move that we agree with comment 18 and adopt that language.
So okay, it's been moved in by Board Member Tharp, seconded by Board Member Lacy, that we insert the word public between existing and school district. Any public comment? Any board comment? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Comment 19, MFPE noted the definition in 7 has a citation error, as 1057-102 does not include a definition for Class 8 licenses.
And Mr. Chair, this is one that I would recommend that we move forward. MFP is actually correct. There is not actually a definition in 102 for Class 8 license, but this is one that's on the Board Accreditation Committee list to review at a later time.
So what is your recommendation?
My recommendation is to move to comment 20.
Okay.
Comment 20, education organizations, and 3 commenters recommend removing the definition of graduate profile per their recommended revisions throughout the rule. Comment 21, Board Accreditation Committee noted that there are inconsistencies with the use of graduate profile or profile of a graduate and recommended remaining consistent throughout the rule. So the education organizations wanted to remove the definition entirely, whereas Board Accreditation Committee was seeking to at least get consistent language. So.
Was it to remove it or to rename it? Wasn't it to rename it?
This is in the definition.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Board Member Lacy, the recommendation was to remove the definition for graduate profile, but you will see in a lot of their recommendations that it is to change from graduate profile to education profile. So by removing graduate profile, you would then just be agreeing to the other recommendations they make throughout rule. And we would go through then and make sure that that was not noted anywhere else.
So agreeing to that comment to remove graduate profile is by default agreeing to change it to learner profile.
Or
Educational profile.
correct.
Educational profile, okay?
So let's have a little board discussion on this. And I would like to share that I actually met with the leadership team or members of the leadership team at the Helena School District, and they are using the term graduate profile. This is something that they're developing as part of their vision for what students should have to graduate. And I guess I'm interested either among the board or the audience, how common this is, that term of art is being used. I had another part of that, but I can't remember it. So I guess I just throw it out there that we do have some of our districts that are using it.
Perhaps we can ask some, I see Mr. Bergstrom's in the room. Can we ask some of our superintendents that are here? Is there work on graduate profile, in educational profile? What are you guys working on? I'm looking up Great Falls Public School.
Superintendent Bergstrom. Okay.
Okay.
We're calling Dr. Watson for.
Dr. Watson, is that something you could address? And then we'll ask Board Member Hedelin to also address it.
For the record, Rob Watson, Executive Director, School Administrators of Montana. I think the recommendation was made for educational profile because it was broader and would impact more districts that some might be using graduate profile, some are not, but we're educating all students. So educator profile seems to be a better term.
Okay. And, okay, thank you. So any other board discussion before we turn to Board Member Tharp for a motion? Oh, sorry.
I think both terms are kind of confusing. I think educator profile sounds like, education profile sounds, I don't know, not like a K or P20 language that we use. Yeah, I just don't know what it's going to mean to schools. It's not meaningful language to me currently.
Board Member Tharp, would you like to make a motion and then we can solicit more public comment?
Is the clarification, do we have education profile defined?
Mr. Chair, we currently do not. You could add that to your motion.
Since we have brought some members of the public up to answer some of these questions, I think, and she looks like she's ready to dart from her seat. I would like to ask Deputy Superintendent Allen to come forward. And among other things, can you address, when I was at OPI, we did have a concept of an education profile that was reported through the GEMS system. And I'm wondering if that term is still in use there. How many different education profiles do we have? And any other comment that you would
Yes,
like?
thank you, Madam Chair, for putting me on the hot seat with questions once again. So the term education profile is not showing up at the OPI today.
Okay.
So I want to talk about why the word graduate is so important. Because when you take the term that is specific to students in our state and you replace it with education, as Vice Chair Hedelin was intimating, you have changed the focus. You have completely changed the focus on what we communicate to our students that is critical and key and important for their growth and development, which then we get to the state constitution, which says our job is to develop the full education potential of each person. When we say education profile, we're talking about a system. We're talking about a school. We're talking about a district. We're not necessarily talking at that granular level of a student. An earlier question that was asked, and we heard about Helena, there are districts across our state that are moving to, it's called the portrait of a graduate or the profile. You'll hear those two terms interchangeably, but it's about saying, here's our students, and it doesn't matter if they're in kindergarten, in an elementary district or a high school only. It's about that progression of that end goal to be a graduate. And so when we go and change that word, we have once again taken the attention off of student and outcomes for kids. So I think it's just really important that we think about what is the message that we want to communicate. Do we want it to be about our students or do we want it to be about something else? So every time we change language that's about the student, we're really saying we're not focused on what our North Star is, which is that full education potential of each person. And that is set respectfully. You're just getting a little bit of Cheryl's fire from Fairfield, Montana. Thank you.
I just looked up the definition of a graduate profile, and there's lots, I mean, when you just Google it, there's all kinds of definitions of it. Edutopia says that it's a document that a school or district uses to specify the cognitive, personal, and interpersonal competencies that students should have when they graduate. As a person that worked for many, many years on Graduation Matters projects, we had lots of discussions around this. What does this look like at the end of the day? And we looked at it as our guarantee. This is our guarantee that we are going to get our kids there through equitable processes and high quality instruction to get them to what that profile said. I disagree. I don't think the word education means we're not focusing on the kids and education profile. I still think we're focusing on the kids, but I agree that the graduate, I think is a goal. And I think we should be looking towards it as a goal. And so actually, I don't have a problem with the graduate profile, as long as we have consistency in how we say it. We'll pick one.
Board Member Tharp, you ready for a motion?
Yes, ma'am. I move that we disagree with comment 20 and retain the proposed language of graduate profile, and agree with comment 21 and note and direct staff to make sure that it's consistent throughout language that says graduate profile.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by both Board Member Hammond and by Board Member Lacy. Excuse me? Oh, I'm sorry. Board Member Keith and Board Member Lacy. To agree, disagree with comment 20 and agree with, would you restate your motion?
To disagree with comment 20 and therefore retain the proposed language, and to agree with comment 21 and ensure that consistent language of graduate profile is used throughout chapter 55.
Great, thank you. Is there a public comment? Anybody online? Is there any board member? Oh.
This is Dennis Parman. I just want to maybe bring to the board's attention that in 601, there was a reference to a graduate profile, and that language was eliminated. And I don't believe that necessarily is followed by an absolute need to remove graduate profile from definitions and then continue to use graduate profile. I just want to make sure that it's clear that as far as 601 and the process goes, it's not about a graduate profile. And I guess I'll leave my comments at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Any?
Give me a second.
Okay. Any board comment? Okay. Ready for a motion? Ready for a vote? Board Member Rasmussen, did you have a comment you wanted to make?
Madam Chair, we're going, whether we've used education profile or graduate profile, we're going to define that. We're going to define that.
It's 22.
Well, though we haven't adopted the definition. Yeah.
Oh,
Because we skipped that section.
Right. Okay.
I just have some real concerns about this graduate profile or whatever we end up calling an educational profile. I have concerns about how that's employed and how that's used. And does it usurp? Will it ever come to the point? The minute we put something in, you know what happens, things grow, right? And they continue growing. I do not want that graduation profile or educational profile to become something that schools have to do. And to some degree, we already have an educational profile. It's called our standards. Okay. If we call this a graduation profile, we have an educational profile. That's why I want to leave it there. A graduation profile implies that there's an entity that's going to tell us beyond what's already in statute what that graduate is going to have to do. Okay. And that's already set minimum standards in rule, right? Don't we have minimum graduation standards? You'll have 2 English, 3 Englishes, those 18 credits that are in, I think it's 18 credits are in statute or in rule. I hesitate, since those are already there, what are we saying that we want a school district to do by adopting this? And I don't want that to become something that is prescriptive for us. And I know lots of schools go beyond that. I understand that. We required 26 credits in the last place I was at. That's far beyond what the state requires. It's not that. It's just that our job is to set minimum standards. And is this in that area? Are we telling them that they're going to have to report something that is their purvey to do or not do or change as they will?
The proposed language does that in
Yeah.
601 under the accreditation process. What are we calling it now? Integrated Strategic Action Plan shall include a school district profile of a graduate as defined under 1055-602-22, which is the definition of a graduate profile, the new definition. So the proposed language does already require that work.
Yeah.
It's mentioned in there several times. The school districts and each school's desired outcomes that align with the district graduate profile. So it's in that whole section as far as the procedures for accreditation. The graduate profile is in there in the proposed language. Yep. So you don't care about you don't want that language.
I don't like it at all.
Okay.
I just have some problems with what seems to be that's already happening, and B is up to the school district, and C seems to be rife with the possibility that would be expanded or dictated, and D is already spelled out. Minimum standards are already spelled out, and that's what we set. Okay, I'm done. Probably not, but for now.
Board Member Tharp.
I guess the way I see that is taking a district as, just carrying over from our discussion with the kids at lunch, looking at individualized outcome, personalized learning, and for the districts that are using this language and are looking at what does it mean for a graduate profile, going above and beyond the inputs and what do they want them to be able to have. I think it's important to include that language. Right now, it doesn't require anybody to do anything with it, but for those districts that choose to go down that road, I think it encourages them to go down that pathway of personalized learning and defining what does it mean to graduate from this school, which is might be beyond just the very specific prescriptive things.
Board Member Rasmussen.
And I don't disagree with they may be, and I applaud that. I want kids engaged and growing, but your very words echo my concerns, which when you said for right now, that's not prescriptive. And that's part of my concern, which you just voiced.
Well, and I think including this language in there gives schools that opportunity to start embracing that language and looking at how they can define for themselves beyond what the accreditation standards require.
So as a matter of procedure, however, we've already approved the comments for 601, which included the profile, whatever we call it, it was already approved, and there wasn't a comment. We didn't receive any public comment that recommended to remove the graduate profile.
We'll get another bite at this apple too.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Would you restate the motion?
Me?
Yes.
If I recall, I said, disagree with comment 20 and
That's not
retain the
bad.
proposed language and
Oh, we're still on that one.
agree. Is that where we still are? Yeah, and agree with comment 21 to ensure consistent language of graduate profile throughout.
Okay, great. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Opposed, no?
No.
No, okay. So both Board Member Headland and Board Member Rasmussen disagreed with the motion passes. Okay. Comment 22.
Comment 22, and this is regarding the definition of integrated action plan, new definition. Educational organizations and 3 commenters proposed changes to the proposed language. Changing it to say integrated strategic plan means a district plan adopted by a board of trustees that is aligned with the people's goals in Article 10, Section 1 of the Montana Constitution of developing the full educational potential of each person, ensures learner-centered system, continuous improvement, reflects local context and needs, and C is based on school-level comprehensive needs assessment. D has engaged stakeholders and addresses stakeholder input and feedback. And E aligns with requirements of applicable state and federal programs. I don't know if you want to discuss that before I make a motion. Any thoughts on that?
Mr. Chair, I'll just note that it will be called the Integrated Strategic Action Plan.
I move to agree with comment 22 with edits as previous action would
I
require.
second that.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to agree with comment 22. Is there any public comment? No, no public comment online. Board comment.
Thank you. I find it challenging to approve of a definition of something I haven't seen. I don't know what it is.
So are we back to the definition?
I guess that's what I'm saying.
Mr. Chairman.
Board Member Rasmussen.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, the reason I like this is because it puts sideboards on that and leaves it in the purvey of the local school system by rule, and I like that. Whatever that turns out to be, if we end up throwing it all away, then that would be fine, but whatever it turns out to be, it's going to be as sideboards.
So I guess I have a question here for Chair Tharp and also our executive director. So we have said we were going to put the definition section on hold. Do we adopt this definition and then bring back the whole set?
Madam Chair, I would argue that you're not putting the whole definition section on hold. If that was the case, we wouldn't be going through any of these. You just put the one comment on hold.
Oh, from the
Correct. Yeah, the whole, and that's only 20 of the many that are in here.
Okay.
So I would, you're not putting these comments on hold. You're just doing that one
So it's
comment.
appropriate to move
Just those
forward with that.
definitions to it that aren't used anywhere else.
Yeah, thank you. Any further board comment? Ready for a vote? All in favor of the motion to agree with comment 22, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? Okay. Board Member Headland has voted no. Motion passes.
Comment number 23, educational organizations and 3 commenters proposed changes to the definition for 31 learning model and recommend the following. Learning model means the learning experiences students engage in and teachers facilitate that are aligned to the desired attributes of an education profile. if we knew what an education profile was. Or is it, which is striking it, changing the language that was in there of graduate profile.
And Chair Tharp, I would mention that you've already discussed this, so without objection, you all could just ask us to move forward and we can move to the next comment.
Accepting the typo change.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Without
So without objection, we'll move.
Comment 24, MFPE inquired whether there should be a definition for grade band. That raises a good point. I don't know if that is just a commonly understood or if we need to include grade band. Any board member thoughts?
I think grade band or grade span is pretty commonly used. I don't know if the general, maybe outside of education, what others would know or not.
I would then move to disagree with comment 24.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Keith that we disagree with comment 24, which commented that there should be a definition for grade band. Is there any public comment? Is there any board comment? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Comment number 25 has to do with editing for definition of measure regarding to changing it from district graduate profile to education profile. Without objection, direct staff to respond to comment 25 based on previous action.
No objection.
No objection.
Okay. We're good?
Comment 26, one commenter noted the definition for middle grades is confusing. I move that we disagree with that as 20-6-501 MCA clearly outlines the definition of the various schools and middle school is defined at 4 through 8 and junior high is defined at 7 through 9.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Lacy to disagree with comment number 26 for the reasons given. Is there any public comment? Is there any board member comment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Comment 27, MFPE noted that definition 38, minimum requirement seems unnecessary and questioned where 10 or more students was stated in the rules. I move that we disagree with comment 27 as minimum requirements is stated in 1055-606-3 sub A.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Lacy that we disagree with comment 27 for the reason provided there. Is there any public comment? Any board comment?
I'll just comment that it is a weird definition because it a minimum requirement of what, and then it just has 10 students. I kind of agree that and I know it's in statute and pertains to something, but it's
I'm going to actually address that. I believe that the 10 or more students applies to reporting for privacy considerations for students. And it probably is a definition that needs to be fixed.
Even if it said minimum requirement as it pertains to assessment, means groups of 10 or more students so that it has some context around it. Julie's giving us a thumbs up.
Yeah.
There.
I guess I would second that motion from Board Member Lacy that we clarify that and that does specifically apply to assessment reporting so that it's clear.
I don't think the comment would allow us to do that.
Well, it questions where 10 or more. I don't know. I feel like we can correct something that's not clear.
I'm fine. I think it's fine to correct it.
Agree.
I agree.
The following language.
Well, I think we can put this
'Cause they said it
on
was
the
confusing.
comeback
Yeah, they said it's
with a
confusing.
definition.
Let's clean it up and make it clear that
Okay.
it is in reference to reporting of assessment results.
Mr. Chair, are you okay if we pause on this one then and come back to you with a better option in January?
Certainly.
Okay, without objection, we'll do that. Comment number 28.
MFPE recommends adding public entities to definition 43B under personalized learning by adding that public entities to the list, which includes teachers, family, peers, business community, post-secondary education officials, and other community stakeholders. And so recommend agreeing with MFPE and adding that language into with comment 28.
Is there a second?
Sorry, I'm just trying to.
We're looking at the definition of personalized learning.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Lacy that we add public entities to the list that's included in personalized learning. Is there any public comment? Is there any board member comment?
We're a public entity and we did this exactly today, where we had the opportunity to develop relationships with students at lunch. I think we had an example of that today. I think it fits.
Okay. Board Member Rasmussen?
I don't think that under the definition of personalized learning, developing, I don't think that that's what we did today, although we did form relationships and that was really a lot of fun. I'm not for putting public entities under personalized learning, support the students through the development of relationships under public entities, as I think that to some degree interferes with local control, where public entities are given input into a local control decision and local communities decision about schools. We listened today, but we didn't put in any input. I don't believe that that's our right.
Any other board comment? Board Member Tharp?
I guess I view public entities as being maybe the local road department or sheriff's office or fire department as to expand on it
I withdraw my
beyond just the
comment.
business community.
I didn't think about this.
Well, and I think what it's saying is that we're supporting students through development of relationships with a lot of other people, and that helps students grow and be better. And so I think public entities does fit there.
Yeah.
Any more board comment? All right, ready for a vote? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Without objection, I'd like to postpone comment 30 until January. This was one of the areas where, pardon?
29's first.
Oh, 29. You want me to do that one? Okay, 29. Oh, 29, sorry. One commenter supported the definition of 49 program area standards. Without objection, direct the board to respond accordingly. Just
I think
accepting.
we're good. Yes.
Okay, now comment 30. I recommend waiting until January to address this one. This is regarding the definition of pupil instruction, and McCall requested more time to delve into this.
And it is on that initial list where it's not used elsewhere in rule. That's why.
Sure. Let's get to the bottom of this section or
Page.
let's get to the bottom of this page. Okay, so we are postponing comment 30. Does comment 31 fit
Yeah.
into that same category?
52, yes.
Okay, so how many others of these do?
Sorry, I thought I got them all. School. Sorry, I thought I did
54
this.
wasn't on there. Comment 54. Comment 32 about definition 54.
Okay, I think we got the rest.
Thank
You
you.
can keep going. I think that'll be fine. One more page.
McCall?
32.
Okay, comments. So we're going to postpone 30 and 31 until January. 32, MFPE noted 20-9-396 MCA reference in 54B. School does not exist in statute and recommended that it be struck. I move to partially agree with comment 32 and recommend that the statutory reference be corrected to 20-9-306, not 396, and commend MFPE on their attention to detail to catch that.
So without objection, we can move forward to this. Okay, great. Thank you. We're, okay, I have a couple of board members who are really asking for a break. So let's stop here and take a 10-minute break and come back at 3:35. Thank you.
Julie.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Can you move the room? Or however you do that.
Thanks.
Looking up definitions this week. Oh, gosh, I lost our Zoom connection.
Board Member Tharp. If we could go ahead and reconvene, and we are on comment 33.
Comment 33, education organizations, and 3 commenters propose changes for definition of 56, A, B, and C. That is our definition of school districts, and it adds additional language. Talks about through a K-12 district, unified school system or joint board, adds operated independent of an elementary district, and also add a part that says this is operated independent of a high school district regarding to a K-8 district. I make a motion that we agree with comment 33.
Is there a second? It's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Headline. Is there any public comment? Anybody online? Any board member comment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Please continue.
Without objection, I'd like to postpone comment 34 and 35 until January, as that has to do with our definitions of things that aren't defined anywhere else.
Hearing no objection.
Comment 36, educational organizations, and 3 commenters propose changes to the definition for 62 student performance standards, and just adds 1 word after student performance and proficiency on annual state level summative assessments. I move that we agree with comment 36.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Hammond that we agree with comment 36. Is there any public comment? Any board member comment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Without objection, postpone 37 to January, as it is a definition of workplace learning, work-based learning.
Hearing none, we'll move on. Hearing no objection.
All right, 1055-603, curriculum and assessment. Comment 38, SISBAC and 1 commenter recommended the board consider available resources and training to support school districts as they implement requirements for proficiency-based learning. I make a motion that we agree with comment 38 and work with OPI to ensure there are relevant and timely professional development opportunities available on the Teacher Learning Hub.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Keith that we agree with comment 38 and work with OPI to develop professional development opportunities. Is there any public comment? Anybody? Any board member comment?
Just that I appreciate the commenter recognizing the challenges that are before our schools in moving towards a proficiency-based system and recognizing that there's need for resources and training and support. So I think that was a good comment.
Are we ready for any other board member comment? If we're ready for a vote, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Comment 39, 1 commenter supported replacing parents with family in 3A. Actually, that reference should be under 4A, and without objection, I recommend that we direct the board and staff to, I make a motion to accept comment 39.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Lacy that we agree with comment 39. Is there any public comment? Is there any board member comment?
I like that a lot. I was trying to be careful to use that.
Great. Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
I'm just
Passes.
confused. 4A already says families.
Right.
Yes, it does. So what?
Okay.
So agreeing with them and direct the
Okay.
staff to respond accordingly.
Okay, gotcha.
Alrighty.
Mhm.
All right, now we're cooking with fire. 604, variances to standards. Comment 40.
to cook with gas.
Oh, no, cook with fire. 40, MFP suggested reconsideration of a proposed due date for an application to a variance in C, stated it could be a reaction to a shortage or inability to hire, rather a plan to meet or exceed standards throughout a creative approach. I move that we disagree with comment 40, as the new timeline does allow school districts flexibility to retroactively seek a variance rather than try to predict the student count and potentially be out of compliance, which was the whole idea of why we wanted to move those dates.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Lacy that we disagree with comment 40. Is there any public comment? Is there any board member comment? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Comment 41 and 42, MFPE opposed the removal of the joint endorsement of reviewed board members and recommended retaining the groups in 1DI, and further recommended that Macy be included to review and recommend the tribal council representative. And comment 42, MFPE opposed the deletion of the language related to seeking advice from the pool of experts in 1DII A through C.
Give everybody a chance to find it.
On page 1979 of the notice.
Chair people.
Hold on a sec. Were you making a?
I am not prepared to make a motion. I'd like to have some more
Okay.
discussion.
Board Member Rasmussen.
Was this the one that we got comment on from OPI that they've never enacted this or used this in the years? Is that the one? No,
Well, I don't think that's.
that's not the one? Okay, I retract my question.
So as I'm looking at the changes that were made, the list of experts has been replaced with a designation of one trustee, one district superintendent, one high school principal, one elementary, two high school teachers, two elementary teachers, one tribal council representative, and one family or community represented. And those are appointed by the superintendent of public instruction and approved by the Board of Public Ed. Is that how I'm reading that properly?
That's the proposed language.
That's the proposed language.
Madam Chair, Board Member Lacy, I would note that a lot of the listed group, so the one trustee, one district superintendent, as you read that, that is current language. And what it basically said was that groups like ME, well, here it says MEA, but MFPE, MREA, and others would appoint those
Thank you.
members.
Okay, I see what the change is
And what
now.
the Office of Public Instruction is recommending is to add one tribal council representative, which in comment 41, they're saying should be appointed by Macy. And then one family or community representative. Those are the only two new ones that would be added.
So the old language process, as I'm now rereading it, and thank you for drawing that to my attention, is that the superintendent has always appointed them, but they were jointly endorsed by those other agencies. So they were either members or endorsed by the other agencies. And now we've added in the tribal council and family and community representative. So I guess and I can look up the rationale myself.
Other board discussion. I guess I'd just offer that one way to get input from Macy is to do it through the board, since we're going to be approving the membership of that variance to standards board.
I mean, we could ask these groups.
So the rationale says that placing the responsibility to appoint members of the variance to standards board placing it on the superintendent, who must get approval by the Board of Public Education. And actually, you were kind of remembering this. Remove the pool of experts that need to be on call for the Variance to Standards Board because it has not been utilized or sought by the Variance to Standard Board in recent times. In recent times.
And that is in reference to comment 42. So advice from a pool of experts, and that's, you'll see it's under A through D is what's being removed there.
And as someone who conducted this variances process at the OPI, that's the part that the sub II as needed, the review board shall seek advice from experts. That's the part that during my time there, we didn't do.
Okay.
We were able to do it with those other people ahead of time. There was enough of a group of experts. They didn't decide that they needed to go get more experts.
Yeah, I'm glad. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been experts.
Yeah.
It seems to me that even with deletion of this, there's nothing that would prevent the Variance to Standards Board from seeking input from experts.
No. And I would argue that if we approve these people on there, we would hope that they would be expert enough to be able to make this decision. But yeah, there's nothing that would prevent them from saying we want more information.
And I'm also assuming, sorry, Madam Chair.
Oh,
that if the board takes action to approve, there would be public comment as part of that action. So if there were any concerns or endorsement of it, that the agencies would then provide that public comment to endorse. Okay.
Board Member Rasmussen.
Thank you. I do agree with Board Person Lacey that this would move this from a more private to a more public venue, and I think that that is good.
Okay, Board Member Tharp, are you ready to make a motion?
Yes, given the discussion we've had, I move that we disagree with comments 41 and 42 and go with the proposed language.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Keith to disagree with comments 41 and 42 and go with the proposed language. Is there any public comment? Is there any further board member comment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Comment 43, Northwest Mass supported the variance of standards process to assist and provide flexibilities with hard to fill positions. Comment 44, one commenter shared concern with the appointment process outlined in DI, stated there could be political bias. Without objection, direct board staff to respond to those two comments based on our previous actions.
Seeing no objection, we'll go with that.
And comment 45, one commenter proposed the elimination of 1A. And I move that we disagree with comment 45 as an application is necessary for the variance process.
Second.
Oh, that is a motion. Did
I seconded it.
Okay. It's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Lacey that we disagree with comment 45. Any public comment? Any board comment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes.
605, categories of accreditation. Comment 46, educational organizations, MFPE, and 3 commenters proposed changes to this section and recommended the following: leaving the existing language or leaving the existing proposed language. Accredited with distinction means a school has met the assured standards, exceeded student performance standards as defined in 606, met the licensure endorsement requirements related to teaching assignments. A copy of the accreditation status criteria reference guide must be made publicly available by the superintendent of public instruction. 3 consecutive years in the accredited with distinction status allows the local board of trustees to, and they are recommending deleting waive assurance standards for the school for 3 years and replacing that with remain accredited with distinction thereafter solely based solely on the basis of whether the school continues to exceed student performance standards as defined in ARM's 1055-606 performance from year to year thereafter. If a school ceases to exceed students' performance standards, the accreditation of such school will be determined through standards applicable to initial accreditation. I can tell you that the accreditation committee has gone round and round and round with this whole idea of accredited with distinction, and we're kind of torn as far as what to do with it. As just one member, I personally like this addition, but like to open up to the board for discussion.
Board Member Lacey.
I think the addition helps. However, I have concerns overall with the accredited with distinction, and that our accreditation standards are minimum standards. And while I understand that we want to incentivize school districts to go above and beyond and to do more and to have students perform even higher, I think many times that, especially in the student performance section, is actually determined by the neighborhood that the students live in, that attend those schools. And so I think at the end of the day, that it's actually could be a disincentive. That is, one school in a large school district would probably, in my school district, a couple of schools would probably never get the accredited with distinction. And I think teachers would not want to teach in those schools when they can teach in a school right across the river that would easily receive accredited with distinction, with the same programming, the same quality of curriculum, the same quality of educators present. And I don't think it's necessary. And I think it's actually a disincentive and not an incentive.
And I'd like to comment that I think the proposed language in 46 is helpful in some ways, and but there's a piece of this that I am fully opposed to, and that is that a school who who achieved accreditation with distinction would only lose it based on student performance. I'm very concerned that if a district didn't have a licensed teacher in an area or areas, that to me should at least be possibly be a reason that they would no longer be accredited with distinction. I don't think that student performance is the only thing that we should be looking at here. So I'm actually like the language that they proposed about having that status allows the trustees to remain accredited with distinction thereafter, but I would want to say for a 3-year basis. I don't want it to go year after year, which sounds like this is what it would be if they exceeded the performance standards. Board member, go ahead, Tim.
I was just going to say, I really like the idea of acknowledging schools that do well, but I am with board member Lacey that I'm concerned about the divisiveness that this could cause inside a school district. For one school districts, that's not going to be a problem, but for school districts that have multiple schools, multiple buildings, I do not like this. I think that we need to do more recognition of this kind, but I'm not sure that putting it in rule is the place to have that. I think that there needs to be programs, and the Office of Public Instruction is a perfect entity to do that kind of thing. But I don't like the accredited with distinction. And plus, as we are trying to define how we're going to make sure that they stay accredited with distinction, we're talking about, okay, you could lose it after a year anyway. So what kind of reward is that? If that's, I think that, and I agree that we are here to set minimum standards. We should have I hope someone sets up an additional program, something outside of rules to acknowledge schools that do amazing work and go above and beyond. But I don't believe rule is the place for that.
Board member Tharp.
And for schools that do want to go above and beyond, they have the option to be independently accredited through Cognia.
Oh.
And
Blue Ribbon
Cognia
School.
does have a category and
Blue Ribbon
Cognia
School.
does have a category of accredited with distinction.
Nice.
Do you have some? I'd actually like us to consider the idea of going back to regular accreditation, and I'm not opposed to switching to the language of accreditation on probation status, since I think that's maybe more understandable than the terms deficiency or deviations, or which seem like strange words for me in the process. But I also agree. I'm not comfortable with this accreditation with distinction for basically meeting what our system builds upon as a minimum set of standards.
Mr. Chair, I was just going to recommend that maybe we work on this one in the interim as well, because the comments that you're making specific, as board member specific to 46, actually have implications much further beyond just this comment. There are a couple other comments that give you the leeway to further look at the names of accreditation. Comment 50, if you'll see, it says, and the new names and levels of accreditation. So I think that we could work on this in the interim and come back to you with a better proposal that brings to you different pieces that you're discussing here, rather than trying to bring them all together right now.
Yeah, and speaking for me personally, I'm inclined to strike the new language around accredited with distinction. I like the idea of just calling it accredited, the proposed language too. And I do like the idea of credited on probation rather than advice accreditation. But I know one proposal one comment that did come out of the accreditation committee was reinstating the non-accredited language. And so I think without objection, I think that's a good idea to let's chew on this some more and tackle it in January.
Without objection? Great. So that takes us all the way through 605?
Yeah.
Correct. Okay.
Uh, 606 accreditation process, comment 51. One commenter opposed the language in 3 through 7. I make a motion that we disagree with comment 51, as that language outlines the entire accreditation process.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Lacy that we disagree with comment 51. Is there any public comment? Is there any board member comment? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes.
All right, 701, Board of Trustees. Comment number 52, education organizations, and 3 commenters propose changes to this section and recommend the following. Number 2, each school district shall make available to the staff and public an integrated strategic, based on previous action plan, that includes a graduate profile based on our previous action, as outlined in 601, sequential K-12 curriculum for each program area that aligns to the content standards, grade band learning progressions, and program area standards. Policies establishing student assessment procedures that ensure evaluation of the district's curriculum and student learning. These procedures shall specify how and when data are to be collected, analyzed, and reported. Policies providing descriptions of the roles and responsibilities of the local board of trustees, superintendent, and personnel employed by the school district. And E, a policy addressing grievances for students, families, staff, and stakeholders. And F, any other policies required by state or federal law. And what that does is basically is replace the proposal would be replacing that laundry list of all of the different policies. It's, at least on our pages, it's a couple of pages worth. I would make a motion to agree with comment 52 and recommend that the superintendent of public instruction keep a public list of policies related to state and federal requirements.
I'd actually like I'm sorry, seconded by Board Member Hammond. So the motion's been made by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Hammond. I would actually like to ask for a friendly amendment before we go out for public comment. I'm not sure I understand any other policies required by state or federal law. Why isn't that and? I mean, you can't pick and choose which laws you're going to comply with.
If you included the word "and," would that mean that it would have to be a policy that was in both the state and the federal law? If you include the word "or," if it appears in either state or federal law, it would have to be included?
I see heads nodding. Okay, if that's the way people read it.
Or do we put "and/or"?
We already went through that.
Yeah.
All right, I'll leave that alone. Let's go with or. So is there, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any public comment? Is there any board member comment? All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Right, comment 53. Educational organizations and 3 commenters propose changes to this section and recommend the following. And this is going to be on page 1985, 3A. Okay. Let's see, it says, okay, it did strike keep parents, guardians up to date on student progress, implement family and community engagement strategies found in new rule number 2, engage in continuous school improvement process, and then adding the language that is aligned with the school's integrated strategic action plan. And then adds in the local board of trustees shall develop with stakeholder input integrated strategic action plans to which the district graduate profile is aligned. Okay. Local board of trustees with meaningful stakeholder involvement shall establish and implement such additional policies as the board deems necessary that provide for the safety, well-being of all students and staff. Some additional words in there, a little bit of clarification.
Are you looking for board discussion?
Yes.
Okay, so before we get to a motion, is there discussion from the board members?
I think the additions match up with the accreditation process. I think it makes it all align and makes it clear.
Okay. And I just wanted some discussion just to make sure. That was my feel on it too, is it just helped clarify a little bit further there. And then of course, there are those various other things that we've already done. So I'd make a motion to agree with comment 53.
Second.
It's been moved by board member Tharp and seconded by board member Lacy that we agree with comment 53. Any public comment? Any board comment? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Comment 54. MFPE and 3 commenters recommended retaining the language in E through S. Comment 55, 1 commenter opposed the proposed revisions to eliminate the various requirements. Comment 56, 6 commenters opposed the proposed revisions and stated required policies should be listed in rules. So without objection, direct the board staff to respond to those comments based on our previous action.
Without objection? All right. Great.
All right, number 1055, 702, licensure and duties of district administrator, superintendent. Comment 57, MFPE noted that the proposed rules regarding superintendent duties do not align with requirements in current educator preparation program standards. I would make a motion that we disagree with comment 57. These are accreditation standards, which are going to have some differences to the EPP standards.
Second.
Are you making the motion?
Yes, ma'am. That's a
Okay,
motion.
Thank you. It's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Hammond. Is there any public comment? Any board member comment?
So I'm just looking at, what are they're talking about there's hardly any language on our page, so there must be more it's not in the notice. I'm trying to find it.
Standards.
Huh. I'm not sure.
Do we want some follow-up?
The current language is very slightly changed for the proposed language is very slightly changed from the current language. And I don't see duties listed.
That's one.
Well, the reference is to internships in chapter 57. So I don't know how chapter 58 fits into this.
So the rationale for the change was transferring internship from 1055-607, the accreditation rule, to 1057-114 licensure, where it better fits with certification of educators was the rationale for this change.
Right, and 114 refers, I have in my notes that it refers to internships.
This doesn't have. Oh, it says licensure and duties of district administrator, and the duties that are listed in 702, I don't have 1 and 1A are not, so they're not talking about.
There aren't any duties listed.
No.
Yeah, and so it's called.
No, it just says they should be properly licensed.
ahead.
Licensed and endorsed is all
I'm
it
going to
says.
ask McCall to.
Yeah, the way
Share
that
some
I read
thoughts.
this is this basically the same as Board Member Lacy is that, that, I mean, we're talking about two different things, right? They're talking about ed prep standards and that the ed prep standards superintendent duties are different than what's in chapter 55 for the superintendent duties.
Okay.
But I don't know that we've ever had the opportunity to do that crosswalk.
And
so, yeah, I don't know.
So the title is probably what's throwing us all off. There are no duties listed in this section. There talks about that must be appropriately licensed and endorsed. They are considered appropriately assigned if the superintendent is enrolled in an internship program. 2 is the superintendent intern should be supervised, and 3, the district superintendent shall perform administrative duties in accordance with 20-4-402 MCA. So I don't know if they're saying that the MCA duties that are referred to here don't match up to the educator preparation standards, and that could be, but that's law, that's code, so that could be. I didn't look at it.
Okay, so we have a motion to disagree with the comment. All right. Are we ready for a vote? Okay, all in favor of the motion to disagree with comment 57, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no? Okay, thank you. Motion passes.
703 is licensure and duties of school principal. Comment 58 is the same in regarding to it not matching up. Based on our previous action, without objection, direct the board staff to respond based on thing we just did with 57.
Okay.
Comment 57. not
Without
chapter
objection?
57.
Okay. All right, 704. On 704? Yes, we will. When we get a motion.
703.
Which one do you want to comment on? 703? Okay, please, go ahead.
For the record, Rob Watson, School Administrators of Montana. What's different about 703 is that the committee actually recommended several duties added to the list of principals. So 703, section 3, the principal shall carry out the district's policies and procedures. That was already in rule. And then they recommended some additional things that allows for personalized proficiency-based learning models, engage in strategic planning and school improvement. I don't disagree with any of those things. I think those are all good things. Our question remains the same. What research was done to add those duties? And are there other duties of a principal that should be added?
Let's see. What am I gonna do here? Because we don't have a. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. And it
Yeah.
is curious to me that those same duties aren't in the superintendent section. There weren't, that is kind of curious that there's some, doesn't quite fit. And school districts already have to do those things. So it's really not just the principals that have those duties. It's actually the district's responsibility for them that was outlined in the accreditation process.
Well, we just voted, so.
No, we just said without objection.
Oh, without objection, sorry.
And Madam Chair, I would argue too that because the comment was specific to educator preparation program standards, that it's not necessarily what Dr. Watson just said. What you could do is when we review this in March for final adoption is when you would have the opportunity to disagree with the superintendent's proposed recommendations, which would remove this recommended language. Because that is the, I think, Chris is looking at me funny. Right, I mean, your option is to agree with the superintendent or not. So that's what I'm
I'm sorry, Dr. Mergel, please help us.
Thank you, Madam Chair Quinlan, Board Member Tharp. Just want to note that the superintendent duties are outlined in code 20-4-402, but there are not duties of a principal outlined in code. I just want to note that difference as to why maybe it's not in the superintendent's, but it is something that's been listed in principles. Thank you.
Thank you. What's your pleasure? What?
I mean, if you guys would like, we can go back and check on this too and kind of speak with some rule experts and kind of see what our options are, and I could bring it back to you.
And there was
Yes,
a comment not liking the addition, so I think that does open it up for discussion. And I think modifications can be made based on that.
And I actually think since we've just adopted or getting very close to finalizing chapter 58 after today's actions, that, that's also something that we could look across from the preparation of principals and superintendents in the new language that's going to go into 58 and this. So I'm comfortable holding on to this one until we can come back in January and sort it out. We good with that, or? Okay, I see some nods.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, but.
All right, so we're going to put both 702 and 703 on for January. Okay, Board Member Tharp, you want to take on 704?
All right, comment 59. CISPAC, MFP, and education organizations and 87 commenters opposed the proposed revisions and recommended retaining the ratios for superintendents.
Board member discussion. Is that what you want to start with?
Yeah.
'87 commenters, people representing almost 99% of the educators in this state. think that this is not the direction we should be heading, and I tend to agree with them. I believe superintendents provide, having been one for 6 years, are absolutely necessary to move school districts forward, to work with communities, to do all the things that we talked about through the accreditation process, to be able to coordinate all those activities. And I would say that teachers, all the educational groups, 87 commenters, grandpas, all kinds of people recognize those leadership capabilities and necessities of our superintendents. And I don't think that a zip code should determine the leadership that your school district has, because any board then could eliminate superintendent requirements.
I do want to encourage some board comments here because we're going to need to have this on the record. So Board Member Rasmussen.
I spent a lot of time thinking about this, and in it to line with my understanding about the board is to set minimum standards. Okay, so I thought to myself, which is minimum? Really, which is minimum? Is it minimum to have a series of you shall do this? You'll have somebody that does this, or is it minimum to give a ratio? Okay, so I thought about that a lot. And along with that, I thought about the jobs of the people that did the worst superintendents that I know and that admire and that I did myself. And I reached out to some of them and asked them, okay, we're going to adopt this. And this is what we're going to do. And they all expressed concern about exactly what Chairperson, I apologize again. Board Member Lacey said, well, boards not really understanding what I do or all the things that I do would say, okay, now you're quarter time, get everything done. And I have real concern about that. The other part that I have concern about is I was a superintendent for 15 years. And yes, there were days where I maybe had an hour or two that were slacker and I could get some professional reading done, which supposed to be was for an hour every day, but never happened. I'm not going to saddle any superintendent, at least I'm not going to vote to saddle any superintendent with spending 6 weeks, a month, 2 months, whatever it takes to justify their position and the positions of other people underneath them. I don't think that's a good use of their time, and it takes away from the good work that we should be doing, leading a school district to be more effective for the people that we serve. And the people we serve are the families of the families that of the students that come to our school district. So I weighed those two a lot because in some ways this is less, it is more local control, but it would be, I believe that it could grow to be a behemoth that we have not even yet touched on. So I would be willing to say you can do this or this, because really, if you want to do this, it's just a variance of standard. That's all it is. But in case people, miss that opportunity, I would be willing to say you can either meet the standard or you can do this. And I think that would give people the option to say, no, we can't get a superintendent. Here's the deal. And we'll meet this. Basically, it would be a variance of standard anyway. So that's my thinking about it. And I've spent a lot of time thinking about it.
Other board members, Board Member Keith?
Yeah, the variance to standards review process, I served on that. When I was appointed to that, I was told this is going to revolutionize public education in Montana because it allows districts a channel to go above and beyond these minimums. And I still believe it's true that could occur if districts have the time, the means to do that. But I think we need guardrails. We have a minimum speed limit or a maximum speed limit, but we have speed limits. We have guardrails in place to guide schools, and I think ratios are a guardrail that I'm not willing to give up, since there is a variance to standards process that you can follow to show that your local control can go above and beyond these minimums.
Other board members? I guess I would just like to say that I have, this comment will apply to the other ratios that are proposed to be eliminated here, but I've been a witness on involved in the school funding lawsuits at least 3 occasions, and both related to equity and adequacy of school funding. And one of the directives, and I'm repeating some history that I hope almost everyone in this room knows, but one of the directives of the court in its decision in 2004 was for the legislature to provide a definition of a basic quality, a definition of a basic quality for free and public. Yeah, right. Well, I don't have it in front of me, but that's yes. Basic system of quality for public schools. And then the very first thing on that list, on that definition, is that the accreditation standards are a set of minimum standards that all school districts will meet. And so for me, this flexibility here is to drop through the floor, but it's not, because you could always go above. So it's a flexibility to not provide the minimum. And I want to emphasize that we have made some changes to Chapter 57 that some people haven't liked, but it does provide more opportunities or more pathways for teachers to come into Montana and achieve licensure in a more easy or streamlined format than they were before. And it also provides ways for teachers to add endorsements. Yes. And so I want to see how that plays out. The other thing is that I think that if we promote and help school districts understand the variance to standards process, we will see school districts repackage, especially, well, I'm not sure how it will affect the administrative side, but it will could easily affect mental health services for students and other support services to students. So I guess I just want to get that on the record that we have a whole school funding system, a constitutionally now approved by the court system that is built on the accreditation standards being minimum standards. Okay. Anything you want to have? All right.
I did want to, thank you. Point to one of the public comments that we received in the raw public comment piece that was put together of 598 pages. This was on page 418 of those pages. I actually read all of this because I wanted to hear what people that cared a lot and took the time to write what they actually had to say. This gentleman actually likened removing the ratios to actually our twice failed reasonable and prudent speed limit. And noted that the Supreme Court found that that was not appropriate. So he notes, and I'm going to read this because it's a lot more elegant than me. He said, school boards have been operating and providing oversight within the existing rules for a long time and have never been elected under the auspices of having to decide if principals, counselors, or librarians are necessary and in what quantity. This would be the state government directing them to adopt this new task. And I liken that the ratio proposals to Montana's twice failed reasonable and prudent speed limit. Ultimately, the Montana Supreme Court found that it, in quotes, impermissibly delegates basic policy matters to policemen, judges, and juries for resolution on an ad hoc and subjective basis. I think that same argument could be made that the removing the ratio impermissibly delegates basic policy matters to school boards for resolution on an ad hoc and subjective basis. And I think based on that precedent that was brought to our attention through our public comment, that actually could open the state and perhaps the Board of Public Ed, because they are our rules, up to a challenge. And so I think I thought this was interesting, and I'm assuming it's true. I didn't do the research on it, but I wanted to bring that to our attention as a way to maybe think about this a little bit differently.
Any other board comments?
Madam Chair, I want to comment that I have found this to be the most frustrating part of what we have done in the last 2 years. And I'm still not resolved in it. I want to see flexibility so that school administrators can make adjustments where they're needed, depending on their community and their students and the talent that they have available to provide the best opportunity for all students. And at the same time, I think we need some guardrails, some guidelines, ratios, I don't know what it is, that provide the basic minimums and the safeguards. And overlaid on all of that, I'm very frustrated that I think the small rural schools are being beaten down by so many rules and so many requirements that we need to have a higher level look at what we're doing. That just voting one after another on these little things is not seeing the big picture and what kind of strategic plan we need in the state of Montana to equip every school district to do what they need to do. I'm sorry.
Board Member Tharp, do you have any comments or are you ready for a motion?
I move that we agree with comment 59.
Is there a second? I'll second. It's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Keith that we agree with comment 59. Is there public comment? Deputy Superintendent Allen.
Thank you, Chair Quinlan, members of the board. And looking around the table, we see many superintendents that have worn the hat of a superintendent. I think it's important, again, that we remind ourselves that there's statute around hiring of superintendents and terms of superintendents. And when we put in ratios, what we do is we automatically take our smaller schools and say it's not as important. We have school districts right now that do not have licensed superintendents. In fact, they're pulling people in, say we need somebody, and we deal with the fallout of that. So credential is important. Development is important, but in our state, we have a process that within 3 years, you can walk in and be a superintendent. Whether you have finished credentialing or not, you can start doing credentialing. So we're saying 3 years in the classroom is sufficient in Montana. And then we add and add to that by saying ratios is the answer for minimum. So I spent quite a bit of time with Dr. Marguerite Rosa, who is the head of the Economics Lab at Georgetown University, asking her about ratios as a measurement. She said, why would anyone use ratios when it comes to education and those that work in education? Because the ratio says we're going to do this, and so many times the minimum becomes the maximum. I've listened to lots of public comment and read it too, and this is what I heard over and over. Well, our school boards won't make the right decision. They will immediately start cutting people. They will immediately start. And I've thought back through my 20 plus years as a school superintendent, I don't think I ever had a board that said, oh, yeah, we know money's tight. Here's our priorities that we're going to fund. And we cut everything away from the people before we ever cut the people. Because the community's involved and they value. And so when we say that's our side rail is a ratio, but we don't look at the downside effect of ratios in some of our very small schools, which I believe 72% of our schools hit that area. That larger schools, it's a whole different mix. So if you allow it to be based on that and say, but a small school could hire someone more, or a large school could hire 4 more assistant superintendents, yes, they could. But you know, it always comes down to the same thing for smaller schools. And that is, where do the dollars come from? Do I choose the teacher in the classroom, or do I choose that very critical superintendent, who are some of my favorite people on the planet? I'll just leave you with that. Thank you.
Is there further public comment? Casey Bertram.
Greetings. Thank you for your service. Casey Bertram, proud superintendent, Bozeman Public Schools. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about ratios regarding the importance of insurance standards within Chapter 55 that you're discussing today. So I'll be talking about ratios across content areas. Removing specific minimum staffing ratios for superintendents, principals, library, media service, or counselors, I fear greatly will impact the ability of local school districts and boards to meet the intent of the people's goal articulated in Article 10, Section 1 of the Constitution. Assurance standards are defined as the minimal standards of quality education program. Many school districts and communities across the great state of Montana, including Bozeman Public Schools, are experiencing declining student enrollment, budget challenges, and property tax fatigue. While I strongly believe in the importance of the significant constitutional authority of locally elected school boards and trustees in Montana to do what is best for their communities and their students, I fear that falling to the level of minimum standards is far too often the reality. Removal of ratios, in my opinion, removes any assurance of quality that the accreditation standards are intended to provide. I also strongly believe that the removal of ratios is a dangerous and slippery slope. When competing priorities force challenges within local school districts, falling to the minimum standards will result in reduced staffing levels for leadership positions, counselors, principals, and school counselors. I'm fearful there will be a legislative response to that, and that those reduced staffing levels will reduce funding for public education in the future and in the long term. Every student deserves the opportunity to receive education in a high-quality public school. I urge you to look carefully at the role of assurance standards, specifically ratios, in Chapter 55, and ensuring that that reality for students remains now and into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment? Mr. Lucene?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Gary Lucene, Bozeman trustee. I agree with your motion to agree to that item. I think it's too early to remove any standards in this area. I think it does need a larger conversation to figure things out. And I think right now we need to keep things stable. And if people want to go down to the minimum, do we want to have some level of minimum or zero? So people can go to whatever level the minimum is, and if the minimum is zero, they could go to zero. So I think we need to keep districts accountable across the state in a very stable, equal fashion, and at some point have a larger discussion on this topic. So thank you for your time.
Further public comment? Anything online? Ms. Fladmo?
For the record, Diane Fladmo, Director of Public Policy for MFPE. This comment will be ranging to other rules when I talk about ratios. It seems as though ratios may seem to be barriers to some folks. But when I look at the students in those school districts that have a requirement put in front of their board, their superintendents, their staff, and their public, knowing that in fact, these are the minimum standards the Board of Public Ed requires for districts. And it's reasonable to try to find a licensed superintendent, principal, librarian, counselor. It's reasonable to limit class sizes. It's reasonable to do these things for students and for retaining and recruiting staff. And so as we look at the far corners of the state, I was fortunate to grow up in Poplar. And we had difficulty finding staff of all kinds and retaining staff of all kinds. And Dr. Tharp may be able to remember that, in fact, in some schools, it was pretty common. When you're up for tenure, you would just be down the road. There was, this was many years ago, but it was a time when once you got expensive, well, you might just move on. And I think that has changed now. And I'm glad it's changed because those rules required me, required my district, my trustees, to find the staff that's qualified and committed to getting the degree and the information and the training that they need to do the very best on behalf of the students. So until we have measurements that are very adequate so that we know what students are learning and accomplishing in areas across the board, that their mental health is such that we have reasonable help for them in schools, that we have media literacy specialists that are there and trained and ready to serve students. And yes, educators and support staff actually appreciate having qualified superintendents and principals in school districts. It allows the other staff members to do their jobs the best they can. In school districts where it's been challenging to find a superintendent or a principal, there have been times when I think staff members do realize more fully how important that role can be in allowing our staff and our support staff to serve students. So my hope is that until we have more time to talk about how we might measure in more consistent ways how our students are performing or the satisfaction of our community, that we keep the guardrails in place, whether it's for principals or superintendents and on down the line. So I've made all my comments, I've made them broadly, but let's keep the guardrails. Thank you.
Mr. Starkey.
Hi, I'm Bill Starkey, the Montana School Counselor Association Executive Director. And I just wanted to echo the counseling ratio issue. The ratio issue is near and dear to the heart of counselors. I gave my membership of 267 people a survey this fall with an open-ended question: what one thing could your district do to help you be more effective? And over 50% of the people said, lower the ratio. Give me more chance to have access to kids. Give kids more access. Allow the kids more access to me. And there's nothing that would be more demoralizing, disappointing, and fretful for counselors to do away with the ratio and be far more likely to have fewer staff people around the state. So thank you.
We're on the administrative ratios here at the moment. Julie? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to remind us of the context where we're applying the ratios. There are 835 public schools, 315 school systems in Montana. More than half of the state schools have fewer than 100 students. 92 schools have only one teacher. 65 are considered one-room schoolhouses, and only 6%, That's 51 schools, serve over more than 500 kids. 1 in 4 school systems in Montana average only 5 students in each grade. Thus, the vast majority of schools and communities in Montana are classified as rural and remote. 75% of our schools are classified as rural, and 96% of our school districts are classified as small rural. No state has a higher percentage of rural schools or small rural school districts in this country. Montana has the highest percentage of rural schools at 74%, and the highest percentage of rural school districts at 95%. And nearly 1 in 3 public school students is enrolled in a rural district. Montana is only one of 3 states, Montana, Vermont, and North Dakota, in which over 90% of the rural districts have fewer than 485 students in it. When we're applying a ratio and using a ratio can equate down to, in many of our schools, 4 hours a day of service of whatever staffing we're talking about. We know that this happens, that in our small schools, we're applying an equation of equating down to what can be such a minimum, and then saying to our rural schools, if you don't meet this minimum standard, you can apply for a variance to standard, which is more steps that they have to take as a rural school to get there. And so I just want to continue to kind of stress when we're talking about ratios as a mathematical equation of 1 to 400, 1 to 500, we have to apply that to a context where that starts to equate down to an equation that we use in accreditation down to the thousands, a 0.002 or 0.005. And so when we're talking about this, I think we've really got to be thinking about, it's like making a cake. If it calls for 2 cups of flour or 1 cup of flour, and I got to equate that down to the percentage, and I then end up with 2 teaspoons, I no longer have a cake. I don't even have staffing or service. And so I just really want to just bring those numbers again forward, and just reminding us of when we're applying one set of a ratio across and we're doing it to measure a standard, what really are we measuring? So that's just some data for you all. Thank you.
Okay. Any further board comment before we get to a vote? Sure.
Dr. Merkel? Board Member Hammond, have you looked at the data in such a way that you could say ratios are applicable to a certain level of schools in terms of population and budget or something as a formula? And then for everybody else, is there a way we could split this?
Board Member Hammond, yes, we did do some pretty lengthy look at some of the ratios as we look at what's in place for our librarians and our school counselors in particular. We even took a look at it at a system level. So yes, we have some of that data and did some look at it. I can just give you a quick example. I know we're getting towards the end and this doesn't really apply that, but just to answer somewhat of that question of what do we know? For example, for our small schools, right? In particular, making up Montana Small School Alliance, a total of 141 frontier schools in 42 counties that dot the rural landscape. None of our MSAA partner schools have a single credentialed counselor available to them. And so when you start looking at some of those numbers, right, you start to see how many, what are we talking about when it plays out to when you're asking that, Board Member Hammond. So we do have some of that data that we certainly can share with you as to what really is the requirement and how people are meeting that requirement and to what degree. We have lots of districts who supersede that, as you guys have talked about, right? That requirement. But we do see a lot of times it's about, we've seen even in the last few weeks, right? As we've been collecting data for our team's report. See some situations where somebody is like, I'm just 6 students over. And yeah, That's the rule you're going to get if you don't, because you don't have it, right? And so it just starts to become, they're trying to adjust to meet the accreditation, and it's really isn't about the service, if you will. So lots more data. We're certainly happy to provide whatever you all might need. Thank you.
I'm going to ask for a vote.
Okay, can I make just one more comment? And I didn't read, well, I think there is a sense of urgency in all the public comment that we received, and I disagree. I don't think tomorrow, if we take the superintendent's recommendations, I don't think tomorrow there's going to be fewer superintendents and counselors and librarians, but I think it will happen over time. It will happen over time out of necessity. And I know this because in 2000 and I want to find my year here, 2017-18 school year, when I was a superintendent, we had to cut $1.8 million out of our budget. What did we cut out of our budget? We cut prevention specialists because we don't need prevention specialists to make accreditation. We cut student support advocates. We cut an intervention teacher. We cut a med prep teacher program. We cut a whole program called I just lost an artist in residence program. We cut a whole environmental education program. We cut the programs we didn't have to maintain accreditation. $1.8 million. It was not fun. And it was hard work figuring out what to cut. Well, now to all of those options that we had in 2017 and 18, if the superintendent's recommendations go through, we will add to the list of those options, principals, librarians, counselors, maybe even the superintendent now, the FTE of the superintendent is now added to the list of possible cuts. And that's how it's going to happen, is because we don't have enough resources and you cut and remove what you don't have to have. And I think these sideboards are absolutely important. And I think the variance to standards process allows for the schools that are 6 kids over, whatever the number is, that we can work through those processes with some flexibility. I also think that this does bear further discussion and further study. I don't think that the ratios are the magic, but it's what we have now. And I don't think we should take the risk in making that change now.
I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion to agree with comment 61, and retain the ratios for principals, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm going to ask you, you had said originally we were going to wrap, but no, I would like to keep this process going. I think we owe it to the people of Montana to get through these ratio questions.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Comment 60. Board Accreditation Committee is recommending removing 1A, and it says A through C, and I actually think it might be A through D. I guess I would like to make a motion to direct staff to take a look at areas within 704 that are stated in statute. The Accreditation Committee is recommending to remove anything out of rule that's duplicating what's already in statute.
So I actually misspoke when I repeated the motion. So the motion was to agree with comment 59, which had to do with the superintendent ratios. Is everybody comfortable with that vote? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. So now we're on 60.
Yep.
And your motion is?
Well, to take a look at 1 through A, and the Accreditation Committee had said A through C, but it might even be into D, and just further expand this to direct the staff to take a look at wherever in here that is, and may report back to us in January, where MCA is being quoted in ARM.
And Mr. Chair, since you all just voted to agree with comment 59, which reverts us back to the ratios, comment 60 actually pertains to the recommended language. So I would recommend that you just allow us to respond accordingly based on your previous motions.
Without objection, Madam Chair?
Yes, 705.
705, comment 61, CISPAC, MFPE, educational organizations, and 95 commenters opposed the proposed revisions and recommended retaining the ratios for principals. Unless you would like discussion ahead of time, I would make a motion to agree with comment 61.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Lacy that we agree with comment 61. Is there public comment? Is there board member comment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to agree with comment 61, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
And 1062 is the same as the without objection one we just did.
Okay, so Board Accreditation Committee withdraws 62. Comment 63, under section 706, teacher involvement. Education organizations and 3 commenters propose changes to this section and recommending, instead of teachers should, say teachers shall use their professional judgment and measures of student growth and proficiency to provide engaging and highly effective pupil instruction to all students based on individual need. I make a motion that we agree with comment 63.
Is there a second? It's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Hedelin to agree with comment 63. Is there public comment? Is there any board member comment? Seeing none, all in favor of agreeing with comment 63, say aye. Aye.
708, teaching assignments. Comment 64, MFPE, education organizations, and 55 commenters opposed the proposed revisions and recommended retaining the language in this section regarding teaching assignments. I guess I would like to have some discussion on this, as I'm not sure exactly what the issue is other than possibly in sub 5.
I think it is 5.
Is it just all on sub 5?
Board member discussion?
So as I read 5, and it was crossed out that no teacher shall have 28 hours of assigned student responsibility per week. And I believe the rationale for that was actually a collective bargaining situation that teachers and local school boards could make their own decisions through their collective, if they have a collective bargaining or through whatever process they determine their working conditions. As I look at it, 28 hours a week. We usually figure teachers' hours at 35 hours per week. So that allows 7 hours for preparation and planning. I think teachers deserve that and more, especially what we're going to be asking them to do with the transformational learning and the personalized learning. So I'm a little conflicted though if it belongs in here, but I also know that it should also be a discussion within the local school board. So I'm conflicted on this one.
Any other board comments?
I need some help thinking about it.
Board member Rasmussen.
Is there, and I know there is, help me, is it in statute or rule about the prep program, prep period every day or having a prep period? It's not anywhere.
Individual assigned. And that's my notes do indicate that that was removed. Should be a contractual agreement and not a rule was the rationale that it was removed. That's my notes.
Board member Keith, did you have a comment?
Well, this is a hard one. I totally agree. Teachers need prep time. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry.
Did you have any comments? Would you like to make a motion?
I move that we disagree with comment 64.
Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded by moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Hammond that we disagree with comment 64. Is there public comment?
Yes.
Oh, whoop. Want to do it in the room first?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the committee, Diane Fladmo, MFPE. It seems like a quick idea to turn this over to contract negotiations, but not every school is covered by a union contract. And so we have a lot of teachers coming in to work in school districts. And unfortunately, I think not all of them have a union contract or that consideration, the history to build upon. And so I think this is one place where we can assure educators, teachers, that there really is time to do the preparation that they need. You remember the constitutional players were at the meeting and they talked about Finland and some of the other places where there is a lot more time for professional development and non-student facing instructional time. Educators need that. They do. And we can't rely on CBAs all the time in every school district because there aren't CBAs all the time in every school district. So thank you for your consideration.
Further public comment?
Hello, I'm Jenny Monan Butcher, Deputy Director for MOFI. I guess I've had the unique experience of teaching in a classified role as a Title I instructional tutor and then was hired for the certified position the next year. And that certified position was protected by a union contract, but the classified position was not. And I was given 30 minutes of prep time to do the same amount of work that the Title I teacher did. And that was eaten into constantly. It was not protected. So I think, as we've talked about with other guardrails, that this just provides one extra way to really protect that time. I know that I would probably still be teaching if I had more prep time, even in my certified role. So I think any guardrail protecting teacher prep time is extremely important. Thank you.
Further public comment? Okay. Board member comment. Board member Lacey.
The one comment that struck me, thank you, Ms. Fladmo, was having this rule in place assures teachers that we value the time that they need to plan and collaborate. And I think I want to send that message to our teachers that we value their work. They are right now stressed. They are working hard. They have children in their classrooms that they are having to do lots of research and collaboration with other folks. I think, I know that they are going above and beyond and working so hard. And I think by agreeing with this comment, actually, it's a way for us to tell our teachers that are doing the important work out there that we do value their time and we value the planning.
And I would also, I don't support the motion. I think I would agree with the comment for 64. I don't think anybody's made a case here for what problem is we're trying to solve. And I do not understand why we would get rid of something that supports teachers in terms of preserving some of their time and sanity in terms of being an effective school teacher. So I'm going to oppose the motion. Okay, Board Member Rasmussen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I too am torn. I know that that these kinds of decisions should be left up to, and I'd like to see these kinds of decisions left up to local districts. I really would, but at the same time, I know that as you're planning your day, especially if you're in a small school, it is just so easy to cover that extra 10 minutes here and 12 minutes here and 15 minutes and recess time here and those kinds of things with a teacher you already have in the building rather than to having to pay somebody to come in. And then all of a sudden your teachers lose their planning time. And I'm very concerned about that. I'm very concerned about that, especially as we move on to expect or look to expect more out of teachers in the area of personalized learning and transformational learning. If we end up going down that road, and if districts end up going down that road, this is one of those cases where, and you know, I'm really going to go with something that I don't always agree with, and I'm for letting sleeping dogs lie. I think that I will leave, I'd like to leave the language alone.
So we have a motion before us to disagree with the comment 64. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
No. Okay, so board members Tharp and Hedeland voted aye, and Hammond, and board members Keith, Quinlan, Lacey, and Rasmussen voted no. So can we flip that and we, the board agreed with the motion? Or I'm sorry, the board agreed with the comment. Okay.
10:55, 7:09, and for the audience sticking it out with us, it is our intention to work our way through comment 74 and get through 10:55, 7:10 today, and then postpone the rest until January. So, where am I trying to put these back on? Okay, 10:55, 7:09, Library and Media Services, K-12. Comment 65. CISPAC, MHD, MOFE, Northwest Mass Educational Organizations, and 1,044 commenters opposed the proposed revisions and recommended retaining the ratios for school librarians. I make a motion that we agree with comment 65.
Second.
It's been moved by board member Tharp and seconded by board member Lacey that we agree with comment 65. Is there public comment? Seeing none, is there comment online?
Yes.
Hello, this is Chani Craig from Whitefish School District and the Montana Library Association. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Excellent. I know we've written enough on this, so I just wanted to state again that the Montana Library Association opposes removing the minimum staffing requirements and ratios, which provide the delivery of library and media and information literacy standards to students K-12. And we want to reiterate the importance of ensuring all students have fair and equal access to information and literacy services provided by properly trained and licensed professionals. On a personal note, I just want to thank you all for the consideration and excellent discussion that has been happening. I'm proud to live in this state and where people are approaching this in a serious professional matter and considering the needs of all of our students, those in small schools and large schools. And we just don't think that the ratios messing with them at this moment is the right move. And I don't personally think that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any further comment? Okay, and then we'll get to Cheryl.
Alice, go ahead and proceed.
Okay. Hi, my name is Alice Oslison. I'm a high school librarian in Billings, and I'm speaking today in support of retaining the current librarian staffing ratio requirements. One of the things that sets Montana apart from many places in the country is our strong public school system. Across the state, we have excellent public schools, which the vast majority of Montana children attend. Throughout our state's history, we have maintained high standards for our schools, united in the belief that our students deserve the very best education possible. These high standards have included the requirement to staff school libraries with licensed, professional teacher librarians based on the number of students at each school. While many school library programs and school librarians in other states have been greatly reduced or eliminated, Montana's librarian to student accreditation ratio has protected our school libraries and guaranteed that all our students have access to valuable library programming and resources. Our students deserve continued access to librarians now and in the future. There's a common misperception that librarians do little more than check out books to students, when in reality, school librarians are professional educators who are experts in information and media literacy, literature and storytelling, collection development and management, and best institutional practices. This versatile breadth of knowledge sets us up to be cornerstone resources for the students and staff in our schools. Librarians are responsible for covering the K-12 library media and information literacy standards. And if librarian positions are eliminated, classroom teachers will be forced to cover this content. At a time when our classroom teachers are already struggling to fit in the content that they are required to cover, this is only going to increase their burden and lead to even more teacher retention issues. Libraries and librarians also provide services for students that can't be fully measured and simply couldn't be fully replaced by another program or position. To name a few, we share our love of reading, we use our training and knowledge to safeguard our students' intellectual freedoms, and we ensure that they have access to a balanced variety of materials. So the proposed changes to staffing requirements would also create inequities in the library services that students receive. The accreditation standards that are currently in place are meant to help make the services students receive equitable, no matter where they go to school. The implementation of proposed changes would eliminate that equity. So removing school librarian ratios would be a short-sighted decision with long-lasting detrimental impacts. Our Montana students deserve the best instruction possible, which includes access to school libraries and certified librarians. Thank you for your consideration. Please keep the librarian staffing ratios in place.
Thank you. One more online.
M. Anderson, you should be able to unmute and speak. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I would just like to again kind of reiterate a lot of what Alice had just spoke with. I'm Monica Anderson. I'm a librarian elementary in Billings, and I'm in favor of maintaining the school librarianship ratio to best serve our students. And Alice said a lot of things that I 100% was going to say too, but I know in the interest of time, we want to keep moving. And I want to thank you for looking at this. I do want to say that especially us in library, we have connections with students that last beyond just one school year. We have some of them for 5, 6, and if it's a smaller school that has one librarian, almost 12 years, and they see them change, they see them grow. We see the long game in their development. If you take away the accreditation, we are often one of the first programs to get cut along with counselors and other support staff. And you will have empty libraries that have no one in them. They won't have anyone to come in and visit with anymore. They won't have someone who's connected to them to find a book that makes their heart sing. There won't be kids that are reading Boxcar Children as part of a competition with their librarian and they're excited to know that the series is so old. There won't be kids who come in and say, I want to learn about the Tasmanian tiger, because there's nobody in the library anymore because of the changes and the lack of ratios. There's not going to be a librarian available because they'll be covering multiple schools. And that would be the truth of the matter. So I thank you for looking at it. We have 149,000 students in Montana, according to OPI's website, and 104,000 of those attend schools that are 250 students or more. So a lot of students would be affected by the lack of librarians, counselors, all of those choices. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. So less than 30 seconds. We had a gathering last week, and the focus of that gathering was what we can do to have meeting voices for our children. One of the statements that was made by our experts was that you can't get to truth unless you hear all the voices, because I've been sitting here saying, you don't need to say anything else. You get the lay of the land and how this is going. But I thought that wouldn't be just. Because you see, there wasn't an elimination, that was an interpretation. Because when you read carefully, it's that you must have program standards in library. And in order to do that and implement that, which is what's required of districts, you have to have certified librarians. But as we all know, there's many school districts that don't need that. By the way, there's school districts, school systems that's 4 hours a year. And so when we talk about our students having access, I really wonder what 4 hours per year for some of our small schools equates to. So there was a method behind this. I just want that to be clearly understood, that it was all about the program, which guaranteed the librarian, which guaranteed that expertise. And I think back to Great Falls when they wanted to bring in a technology teacher to supplement their library ratios. It went to variance standards and that was denied. So what a program does is gives you the flexibility. So I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further board comment? Board Member Keith.
Thanks. I just wanted to comment that yesterday when we were at Gallatin High, we saw librarians in full throttle and kids thriving in those libraries, which I appreciated seeing.
Board Member Hammond.
Clarification on the motion, please. The motion is to disagree, to agree.
To agree.
To agree, okay.
Yeah.
And that means then that we are taking out the proposed revisions. What happens to sub 3 if a district has fewer than 126 students? The district may utilize a consortium, multi-district agreement, or interlocal agreement.
That comes back.
We're a library.
No, we're on library, but three's already, three's in there still.
3 is still there. Reading the motion, I'm not clear whether the 3 is there.
3 is
or not,
struck in the
or
proposed.
whether they're striking everything.
Library.
Right, so the comment says, commenters oppose the proposed revisions and recommended retaining the ratios for school librarians. So it'd be recommending retaining the previous language.
Doesn't say that. It says for the ratios, because this is in the revisions in red. Well, okay, whatever. I just want to clarify.
So, Board Member Tharp, would you expand your motion to make it clear that sub 3 would be back in
Retaining the original language.
retaining the original language?
The motion is to retain the original language of 709.
All right, Board Member Rasmussen.
Just one further comment on this. I'm not opposed to all the replacement language. I just don't think that there's a good process yet for that to make that work. And I would encourage there to be continued work. So that kind of language, which there is some great stuff in there, could work. And, if we're concerned about money and cutting programs, then, a model that many other states has is here's the amount of money you get. If you have a program that outlines how you're going to meet these standards, you get the money. If you choose not to, then you don't get the money. And I think that, something along those lines, so we just don't get a cutting of services is what we're all concerned about. I don't think any of us are against the proposed language. We're just concerned with the way it would be implemented with, we're quite there yet.
I feel like
I agree, there's good stuff.
I think there's good stuff in there. That's why she's been waiting.
She raised it right after these.
Oh, okay. We have one more public comment that we'll take.
Karen, you should be promoted to speak now.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Karen Mayhall from Skyview High School, and I've been listening since 1. I just want you to know that as a librarian, really appreciate the important position that you guys have. And now I really appreciate the time you put into this. So thank you so much. I'd just like to take a few minutes and just encourage you to maintain our ratios for school librarians. Alice and Monica said it very, very well. I really feel as a high school librarian, we make relationships. Technology has cut our job to become, we're more efficient right now as far as technology, but now we can build relationships with students. We can curate relevant collections, and we can share our love of reading. And I feel that is very important at all of our levels. So I am just going to skip my page and say that please, it is imperative for our Montana students to have access to well-funded libraries with certified librarians. Keep the ratios for the betterment of our Montana students. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call for the vote on the motion to agree with the comments in chapter 65, and I'm going to reiterate
Chapter 55. Comment 65.
Comment 65. My tire. And I want to reiterate that that would include restoring subsection 3 of 709. So all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. So board member Hammond votes no, and the motion passes.
Can you give me 1 sec?
Yes.
Comment 66, MFPD supports the use of consortiums, multi-district agreements, and interlocal cooperatives. Comment 67, Board Accreditation Committee noticed there's some work needed. Without objection, direct board staff to respond to comments 66 and 67 based on our previous action.
Without objection.
Comment 68, one commenter supported reducing the ratio for school librarians to 250 to 1. I make a motion that we disagree with comment 68.
Seconded.
It's been moved by board member Tharp and seconded by board member Rasmussen that we disagree with comment 68. Is there any public comment? Is there any brief public comment? Any board member comment? Okay, I'm going to keep us moving here. If we're ready for a vote, all in favor of disagreeing with comment 68, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes.
Comment 69, one commenter supported the proposed revisions. Comment 70, one commenter opposed striking language in sub 1, noted this to remove the responsibility of having a library in each school. Without objection, recommend we direct the board staff to respond to comments 69 and 70 based on previous actions.
Without objection. All right. School counseling.
1055, 710, assignment school counseling staff. Comment 71. SISBAC, MHD, and the educational organizations, Missoula County Public Schools Council Leadership Team, and 1,273 commenters opposed the proposed revision and recommended retaining the ratios for the school counselors. The motion that we agreed with comment 71.
It's been moved by board member Tharp and seconded by board member Headland to agree with comment 71. Is there public comment?
Muted, unmute. Tanya, you should be able to speak now.
Hi, my name is Tanya Kirschman. I am the Assistant Board Chair of the Montana School Counselor Association and also a counselor and elementary counselor in Billings. Very brief. Thank you for your time today. So appreciate it. Just going to ask that you please consider the voices of overwhelming public comment that supports keeping the school counselor to student ratio in Montana. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being brief. Any more public comment? Board member discussion? Board member Headland.
Thank you. I just want to say that I've been on both sides of these challenges, working in small rural schools and even larger districts. It can be hard to find these folks to hire, but I would expect we have means to work around that. And I agree with all of the comments that we've heard, that until we have another kind of plan in place or a way of moving forward, especially during our mental health crisis, we need to keep things in place.
Other board comments?
Clarification, it is 1 in 400, right?
It was 1 in 400, correct. Okay, all in favor of the motion?
I'm sorry.
There's another public comment. It's up to you. Okay.
Hi, my name is Kaylee Mayo. I am on the Montana School Board of Montana School Counselor Association, and I have been a school counselor for 11 years. I am also a mother of 3 in the public school system. I will keep this very brief. I appreciate you guys letting me get on. Thank you for your time tonight. I've been listening all day, and I appreciate all of your discussions. I am keeping it brief again. I'm just saying, just please, please keep the ratios for school counselors. We've had so much overwhelming support. School counselors are important, our jobs are important, and our students are important. Thank you.
Thank you. We ready to vote? Okay.
One more.
Right. You tell me.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
My name's Katie Thomas, and I'm on the Montana School Counselor Association Board of Directors and a school counselor in Polson School District. I'm also talking on behalf of the school counselor to student ratio and how that's extremely important. Our students in Montana deserve school counselors and access to school counselors. And with mental health crisis of a huge concern right now, it's important that we do everything we can to maintain that ratio. Thank you.
So we have a motion on the floor to agree with comment 71. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Passed unanimously.
Comment 72, 34 commenters supported reducing the ratio for school counselors 300 to 1 and 200 or 250 to 1. I make a motion that we disagree with comment 72 based on our previous action.
Is there a second? It's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Hammond that we disagree with comment 72. Is there public comment? Is there board member comment? I can't resist saying that when I came on this board, I had hoped that one of the things that we could do would be to reduce the student, the ratio down to 250 to 1. But I don't see that in the cards today, so I will vote for this motion. So, any other board member comments? Okay, all in favor of the motion to disagree with comment 72, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. I did get that right. Okay,
Comment
that passed. All right.
Comment
great.
73, on behalf of the Board Accreditation Committee, we withdraw that comment. Comment 74, 1 commenter supported the proposed revisions. Without objection, direct board staff to respond accordingly to comment 74.
Okay, without objection?
Madam Chair, I recommend that we cease review of
Cease and
55
desist.
and put the rest of this on our January agenda.
Great. And a special thank you to you, Chair Tharp. You did a great job.
Yes.
And appreciate us keeping us going. And thank you to everyone who has been with us today through this, and for the people who have provided comments and listened in for this meeting. So we will.
Madam Chair, can I?
Sure.
I just
Please.
have one other comment that I feel compelled to make. I was so impressed with the engagement of the Montana community around these accreditation standards. It was encouraging to get postcards, the public comment, the thoughtful approach. I would say 99% of the comments were respectful of the process and respectful of the work that was done. I just think that is worth mentioning, and I want to be grateful and show gratitude for that. I also have an ask for all of those people that were so engaged in this process that they stay engaged. We have the legislature that will be happening in January. There will be many opportunities and discussions that also will have direct impacts to public education across Montana. So I ask everyone to stay engaged. This should not be the end line or the finish line. Please hang with us and pay attention and support your public schools.
Thank you, Board Member Lacey. Those, I think the board supports you in those comments.
Madam Chair, so we are heading to a social with the Board of Regents. You'll be happy to know that they also had a lot of public comment, so they were running behind as well. So we'll head up to campus and meet with them. There is information in your folders if you don't know where we're going. And tomorrow we will be meeting on campus. Again, there's information in your packet about where to park, where to walk over to meet. Call us, text us if you have any questions. We'll be starting at 8:30 again tomorrow.
Do we need a parking pass?
You will need to park in the parking garage on the second or third floor, and there is a
I'm
code.
supposed to read my directions?
Yes.
I'm going to adjourn the meeting before we. Thank you all for participating today. The meeting is, are we adjourned or? Okay. Or do we recess? Reset. We will be in recess until 8:30 tomorrow.